No! Star, that wasn't an invitation for you to give me money! Save it up for your computer, my guy. You need a new keyboard. Your keyboard's melting. Your keyboard is actually melting. 30% goes to savings. Hello, hello. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day so far. Today we are going to be doing some more game dev. We're going to be working on our indie horror game called Last Call. And, we may get a little off topic, talking about your complete disregarding of finances. I am not a financial advisor. I am not an expert. I am a dodo on the internet, but I am still going to say shit because this is how I understand it, as well as we kind of go into in-depth as far as my opinion and decision as far how I feel about people pirating my game. Pirating to me has always been an accessibility problem, not a moral problem. And eventually get back around to discussing how a ventriloquism could be something the mimics could use. Right? Let's say it's on the ceiling. The kid is on the ground, standing, quote unquote, and its arm is like down holding him up, and he's speaking through the kid's voice. And then they see the kid, thinking that it's talking with the kid, and then as soon as they get to the kid, they realize the kid's dead, and then the mimic is actually above them on the ceiling, like holding them up, tricking the parents into thinking that their kid was talking when they weren't. So sit back, relax, get some drinks and some snacks, and I'll see y'all in a second. Oh, hello. I remember to unmute. Let's go. How y'all doing? Hey, Star. Happy early birthday. Are you doing anything special? Hopefully something good. But yeah, hopefully y'all are doing all right. Today I am I don't know. I'm a little tired. I think I didn't sleep well. I still struggle with downstairs neighbors issues. For those that have no idea what I'm talking about, I have a downstairs neighbor that either has a drum set or is banging on the walls. So it's a downstairs neighbor with upstairs neighbor energy. Well, I'm going to be moving soon, so it's not going to be my problem much longer. Thank God. Oy vey. But, okay. Alright, well, regardless of what you end up doing on your B-Day, Star, I am excited for you. I could have sworn your B-Day landed on a day that we were streaming, though, but maybe I was wrong. Well, I mean, obviously I was wrong. If it's in 2 days, we aren't streaming. But yeah. No, today we're going to be doing some game dev, and I have completely forgotten what we did. All it takes is just a few weeks. Let's see here. Let's see if I can open up our hub and see if there's anything that I wanted to add to it. Let's see. Because there was one thing that I actually wanted to add, or that I did add, and I'll go ahead and switch. Where are you? I have way too much stuff on the sources. I need to go through and filter things out. Alright. Boop. Hey, look at that. So, also, since the last time that we were doing this, I ended up learning that Excel has a dark mode, which is just beautiful. Because I didn't know until, but it was something that they just added like this year. So it's not like a thing that we've been sitting on for like years and being like, wait, that was a thing? Oh man. But no, to the dark mode, in case you want to know. Let's see, let's turn off our ESRB real quick, because it's like right there. All right, on the top right, if you go to view, switch modes,
Nighttime, daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime. Yep. It took them years to get it, but they finally did it. My God. All right, let's get the SRB back. Boop. All right. One of the things that I added though, it was during that recovery burnout period time, and I realized that we didn't write down the narrative for the boy who befriended a monster. We talked about that a few times now, but there was another one where it says like sorry, where it's like you just have a mimic just like almost like go around mumbling. It's like the recording after an attack, you hear one of the mimics repeat the word sorry, and I kind of want to give the impression of that it's from an abuser, right? So it's like you like hear this attack over the phone, and you've like obviously you've missed your window as far as saving the person, but you're still on that phone, and you could hear the mimic after the attack, but the police hasn't arrived yet. And I think that's an interesting opportunity to help introduce like another feeling of does it really understand what it's saying? Is it really apologizing? Is there a possibility that this is something out of their control? Like, I want you to doubt what the intentions of these things or what these things are. And I like playing with that idea of like not strictly adhering to a set of rules, and more or less of like you can kind of point things out, and there could be multiple different reasons as of why that is the case. Another one that I literally thought of last night. Let me see if I can recall it, because it was, I don't know if it was a dream, but it was something where it was, they were mimicking a noise, a person's voice that there was no way they could have known. That was one of the things I was considering, right? Let's see here. Is there like a section for mimics that we've done? There's mimic spread. Monsters? No footprints. Okay, we could just do this. Potential. Let's go ahead and whoop for y'all. Potential. Mimic. Voices. People, they had no well, if I was going to stream on your B-Day, Star, what game would we play? I feel like it would be Ultra Kill. No way of knowing what they sound like. So that's an option. That's a potential thing that we could dive into. I don't mind diving into a bit of the supernatural. I think like, having a sprinkle of supernatural makes things interesting. You know? Where it's just kind of like, because we don't know what these things look like, we don't know where they really come. Well, we know they come from the deep woods in the United States, right? The why you don't whistle back in the Appalachian Mountains, mimics, skinwalker, wendigo, blah blah blah, right? And so with that tends to carry a sense of supernatural. You know what I mean? Where it's kind of like you just have this it's like you don't know what happens. My gosh, he's still banging around. I apologize if you can hear it in the background, but for somebody who I have yeah, I can, he's thumping around. Let me just do this real quick. What was I checking? I was gonna check something. Oh, I was gonna check to make sure that everything's on the up and up. Yeah. No, everything's good. But we seem to be lighter today. Not that that really I mind. It reminds me of the old days, Star, where a lot of times it was just you and me in the chat. Roblox. Okay. I think the issue is that I have stuff happening, but if I end up deciding doing like a special stream on Thursday, knowing it was your birthday, Star, I'll be sure to tag you in the Discord. Deal? If I'm sitting there being like, you know what, that's exactly what I want to do. But for some reason, I had it in my mind that it was doing. What? That's awesome. That's awesome, Ratty. What would you consider doing? Would you be taking care of specific animals, or would you just be more like a caretaker in general? The Learner's Center. Ooh. So you would be one of the people who would like teach about the animals? That's really cool. A little jealous, not gonna lie. What would you need? What kind of experience would you need in order to do that? Do you just need to like have a love and interest of animals and can handle animals? Because I mean, that's just cool. Granted, you know, I have you need to see the deeds. Well, all the power to you. I hope you you know, if you take a shot at it, I hope you get it. Because I don't know, I have a love-hate relationship with zoos. In the aspect of zoos of protecting people, you know what I mean? We're not protecting people, protecting animals and that wouldn't be able to survive in the wilds, or protecting them so they can, you know, we can get enough of a population and then release it back into the wild. I think zoos are fine. I wish they were a little bigger, and I wish we had ways to make it so that it felt like living, you know? How you doing, Hack Dog? Yeah, let's hope it's not zoocosis. You run into a zoocosis situation, Ratty. Has a breeding program? Hell yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's little stuff like that where it's like zoos are less of like, here's a cool animal that we've imprisoned, and more of a, these things will die in the wild unless we like, and we're gonna just try to do our best to like accommodate them. Yeah. Like those ones I find I like a lot. But it's one of the reasons why I don't like I don't really like aquatic zoos. What is the word I'm looking for? Aquarium. I like aquariums for smaller fish, but like really big fish. Like granted they're not fish, but like the killer whales and sharks and all them, right? It's just kind of like they it's cool, don't get me wrong, I love it, and there's a bit of a give and take as far as like, by having some animals in aquariums and zoos, you increase the interest in animals, thus people's desire to want to protect the environment, right? Is it a necessary evil? Because if you don't put that in front of people, then people won't pay attention to it, and then they'll slip into, you know, extinction. They do, unless they need to be moving, right? They do not do well when they're like in a cramped spot. Put up with dinosaur statues, and that's awesome. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This sounds like a kick-ass zoo, not gonna lie. Maybe I should look at some zoo jobs. Me being like, oh man, it'd be kind of cool to work at a zoo. Granted, I'm trying to decide if I would be fine with the smell, because you know the zoo smells. I think I would get used to it. It's off-putting, but I think I would get used to it. I think I would be fine with the zoo smell. Now, is there any animals that you would want nothing to do with? Right? Like, are you afraid of, like, chimpanzees or something, right? Hippos? Yeah, I can see hippos. Granted, I don't know if hippos in captivity are more docile enough. I would say chimps. I would be a bit afraid. I would be afraid in the beginning for chimps. Everything else, I think I'd be okay. But when you get, there's a certain level of intelligence. Yeah, no, like a hippo skeleton look awesome. They look so cool. Work in the visitor centers immediately reminding me of Jurassic Park. Yeah. That means you'd be one of the first people to die if they all got out. At least in Jurassic Park. Or at least in, what was it? It was a Jurassic Park or Jurassic Worlds? But no, yeah, no, hippos. I think I would be okay with hippos just because you would already know how dangerous they were, that you would be like keeping your distance from them. You know? I would love the elephants. Rhinos, I feel like, would also be in that same category of like I wouldn't have a problem with. Same with giraffes. But like when you get to the level of like captive but intelligent, or at least more intelligent than like a lot of other animals, so once you get into like the like chimpanzees and orangutans and all them, gorillas, then that's when I get more and more nervous, right? Because it's like, it's like I have to, because I'm pretty sure all those come with like certain rules and regulations that if you accidentally break, it's going to be a problem, right? The learner center is right next to the farm, so I'd worry about like a rogue cow or a peacock. Oh yeah, no, they actually have an alarm for when the peacocks go rogue. Everybody run! The peacocks are free! And it's like the scene in Jurassic World where all the pterosaurs are swooping down and picking up people. Everybody get out! Emergency peacock situation. Oh gosh. No, I'm excited for you. It was like, I grew up loving zoos. I loved zoos. And then I learned more about the, you know, ramification of zoos. And I was like, I don't really like zoos. But now I've grown around of like, under certain circumstances, zoos are fine. But I don't think many zoos fall under that category of like, we're here to help repopulate and not just, isn't this a cool animal we abducted? And it's like, yeah. IRL Jurassic World though. Yeah, no. Ratty, you and me both. I would work in a Jurassic World. I would 100% work in a Jurassic World. I would probably die, but I would work in a Jurassic World. Like theme park or Jurassic Park theme park. I just would. I know. There's no way I'd be able to resist working there. It's like, yeah, you could die. It's like, yeah, but how cool would it be though? We all die eventually, so just saying. I'd work with the smaller animals like compies or Sinosauropteryx. I'm fine with the bigger ones. I don't really have like fear of feeling small when it comes to animals. So I'm fine with it. I think I would probably see raptors if the Utah Raptors be the same intelligence as the Jurassic World, Jurassic Park intelligent ones. I would have a similar feeling as I would chimps. Yeah. Dilophosaurus, I believe, is as tall as an average male. Adults, right? Like 6 foot. Like 5'10" ish. I want to say. I don't know if that also includes crest or not, but I forget. Oh, okay. What am I thinking of? I don't know what I'm thinking of. But yeah, like they're also fine. I think if I were to choose the exact kind of job, I would like to raise the dinos. Like incubation, infancy, and then adult, like to their thing. Yeah. And an emote, but it was expensive and it would be Mama Dodo saying happy birthday. You know what, Star? If you want, as a birthday present to you, I will give you 2 free things. You can redeem an emote and you can redeem a costume for your birthday. You don't have to pay channel points. So you're free to tell me what you want, but only at your birthday. So put it in Discord or after your birthday. So either this weekend or this Thursday, and you sleep on it, okay? So 1 emote, 1 costume. That's my birthday present to you. Polar bear is the scariest thing. They listen. You don't mess with polar bears. You see a polar bear in the wild, you're probably gonna die. That's just. I will take a grizzly over a polar any day. They imprint on you, so that could be lower your chance of dying. Yeah. No, I would just raising the small ones, making sure they're taken care of, and then you have that familiar bond. I just like that. I just very much vibe with that. They would be very, very good. They do look cute. They do look cute. Most animals do, though, in my opinion. But they're also, like, straight up 10 feet tall. Like, they're huge and aggressive, apparently, and probably not happy that their environment's being, like, destroyed. So they're angry. So they're angry, short-tempered, 10 feet tall killing machines. So, like, I'm the kind of person who would try to talk to a bear, probably die, with a normal bear. I don't fuck around with polar bears. Polar bears, if I see a glimpse of a polar bear, I'm like, okay, I need to, like, go. I'm going to either, I need to die, like, I need to have something to defend myself, or I'm gonna die. Because I don't think you can even outrun a polar bear. I think they can go up to, like, 30 miles an hour, something like that. Someone can fact check my ass on that one, but, like, fast, let's say fast enough. I think fast enough is the answer to that question. I think 30. I think they can go up to 30 miles an hour. Don't get me wrong, humans beat every animal in long distance except for maybe, like, horses. Anything that could beat us in long distance, we've, like, domesticated. So, like, so that also means you can't outrun a horse, by the way. As terrifying as that statement is. Trying to outrun a horse. Wouldn't that be kind of an interesting thing that we decide to, like, pivot towards in the game? What if the mimics were horses? That would be nuts. We could go the direction that the mimics are, like, different animals that shouldn't be able to speak human, but they do for some reason. We could do that if we want to go down that route. I specifically don't want people to have the right, or to have a single idea of what they look like. So we could go down the route of, like weird animal tracks. Like, why is there? It's like, yeah, everyone's dead, but we found a rabbit here. It's like, why is there a rabbit here? That doesn't make any sense. Or why is there a horse here? It's like, seriously, why is there a horse here? We could go down that route. Be 100% good. It would be interesting. It would be an interesting take. Or it's like this mimic thing was, like, less to do with bipedal human-esque individual that was, like, consistently the thing, versus, like, this weird supernatural possession of wildlife that mimic human speech to impossible degrees, and then or we could go down the route of like a zoocosis kind of style, where it's like, oh, it's these things that pretend to be animals, right, or pretend to be human. And at that point, we are looking more towards like The Thing, which has been done enough times that I'm kind of hesitant to go in that direction of The Thing, where it's like it pretends to, like, it doesn't even know it's really well, I think if you're infected by The Thing, I think you do know you're infected. I'm pretty sure. I think that's how it works. And then like, but you know everything about them. You are them essentially, until it gets to a point where it's just like, oh, oops, I got caught. Time to bail, and then you like turn into teeth and limbs. But that's been done so many times, I don't want to go in that direction. But I do kind of like the idea. I don't know. I don't know if I just like the idea of a horse that mimics human speech, or is that something that I would want to implement? You know, the struggles of a creator, of a developer, of like, do I just like this, or would this be a good fit? I might just like the idea of it. I could probably take it on something else, but I don't know. It's just uniquely terrifying. I've always loved carnivorous versions of herbivores. A pig who mimics human speech is more scary. I don't know. I think they're equivalent in my brain. I'm trying to imagine it. I think the horse is more foreign of a concept to me. A pig speaking human is something that I think the Amnesia, one of the Amnesia games, kind of touched upon a bit, where it was just like there was a lot of pig and all that other kind of stuff, and I believe they talked. But like a pig speaking, and pig in horror in general is something like in a game for like Darkwood, for example, which is a game we will play, by the way. I love Darkwood so much. I never played it, but I watched playthroughs of it, and I've always wanted to play it. I just love it. Anyway, so like pigs being in horror is a very common thing, but horses being in horror is not. And I think they say different things, because when you go from like pig speaking human, it's the reflection of cruelty, animal cruelty, and how we shouldn't like these things are and should be treated as human, but we torture them for food, like that kind of statement. Whereas horses, though like some people do eat horses, they're not domesticated for food. They're not tortured for food, right? They are, tortured for like rape. I don't know if you would consider it torture for their racing, but I don't know enough about the lives of like racing horses and that kind of stuff to. I think I could confidently say they're less tortured than like pigs and cows and chickens, etc. Yeah, but is it due to their own volition, or are they being starved to death, right? Because I could probably say the same thing about people if you put enough people in a really bad place and then only feed them that. You know what I mean? Like, how much of what we know and assume of pigs is due to extreme environmental pressure or just a natural inclination? Plus, it's not far-fetched for animals to eat each other, like within their species. Humans, I wouldn't say are uniquely, but I think a sign of not willing to eat your own kind is more akin to like primates and maybe elephants. Oh, sorry, I responded Star. I guess you weren't here when I said it. I told you that as a birthday present from me to you, either on your birthday or after your birthday, I will give you you can do a free emote and a free costume suggestion. You don't have to spend channel points for it. So you're free to let me know on your birthday or after if you want, as far as what you would like to redeem for that. And I won't have you pay any kind of like channel points or anything for it. But that emote is fine. The fine of Mama Dodo saying happy birthday, we don't have a happy birthday emote. So I'm fine with adding that. In fact, let's go ahead and throw that in Streamer Hub. Redeemed emotes. List of emotes. Here we go. Happy birthday. Ooh, sound alert. What would you want, Ratty? Redeemed. Hey, Dragon. How are you doing? I'm gonna munch. I'm gonna crunch fine? No. That sounds really funny, though. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Open up stream notes. Sound redeem. Sound redeem. I'm gonna munch. I'm gonna crunch. All right. I will add it. It has been added to the list. I don't remember what it was. Forget why you picked about Dodo as an avatar. Glad you like it, Ratty. No problem, no problem. Dodo bird are cool, and I wish they'd bring it back. From when I heard Dodo birds would extinct because they are dumb. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't they be extinct again if we brought them back? Oh, basically, so being a paleomancer, idealist, brings back beings that have been extinct, right? Or essentially fossilized for the most part. Long dead, but can't do humans. Idealist needed to find someone to protect his core, his newly made core that he made. So, he ended up choosing Mama Dodo because Mama Dodo, while she was alive, died protecting her young. And she needed someone, or he needed someone that would be willing to die to protect something that would essentially be his life, right? So it was less to do with Mama Dodo was chosen because that she is a dodo, and more to do with Mama Dodo as an individual died protecting their young and thought that would be the perfect kind of individual to be willing to protect him. So more of a personality choice than it was a species choice. As far as dodos being intelligent or not intelligent, it's hard to say, I imagine a lot of that kind of shit is bias. But I don't think dodos were necessarily like, oh, these are the most smartest birds in the world. But I also don't think that they're like, this is the dumbest animal I have ever seen. You don't have a Mama Dodo costume for an anniversary? Starting streaming, do you? No. I do not have a Mama Dodo costume for the anniversary. And I think if I were to try to make one, maybe it would be one with like Happy Mother's Day with a cap on it with a little hat. Yeah, hat dog. And feel free to, ask questions if you, and it's absolutely fine if you do. Ugh. If it's lore specific, I actually have redeems for asking questions for lore. The more expensive one is brand new stuff. The less expensive one is for just like clarification, right? I wouldn't want people to spend 1,000 channel points just to be like, hey, you said this, but it confused me. But yeah, that's why. Idealist also has a Hydra cat, so yeah, there's that. Hydra cat named Sylvester, and the Hydra cat is a litter of saber-toothed tiger cubs, all 9 of them, just in one body. As of why, a secret, aka haven't come up with the lore reason yet. They desire to always be together, through life and through death. So Idealist granted that. By them always being together. You should make an emote in your voice saying, happy birthday. Also, yes, I want to spend my free costume on anniversary Mama Dodo. Okay. Gotta wait for the big lore drop. Yeah! Okay, so outfit redeem. Anniversary Mama Dodo. So far we have I have so many outfit redeems. I need to get that done. Dapper Mama Dodo, Melon Mama Dodo, Minecraft Creeper Mama Dodo, and Anniversary Mama Dodo. I don't think oh yeah, I could make emotes say stuff similar to egg. Guess I could do that. I wonder how many voice emotes should I do without it becoming a problem. One way to find out. We'll just keep adding it until it's just like it's a little much Idealist. And I'm like, all right, we'll lean it back a bit. I feel like egg should definitely stay though. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so birthday emote added to the list, and boop. All right. So mimic voices, people, they had no way of knowing what they sound like. That was one of the ideas I wanted to kind of explore. Because the idea that kind of came into my head was this moment where, is it the anniversary of Mama Dodo just Mama Dodo's birthday? Essentially, I think is how I was doing. I think I was putting it as Mother's Day, but it is essentially her birthday because it is the anniversary of the OG Mama Dodo design in the first stream ever. So I guess that's both, I suppose. Like, it's not. Yeah, I guess it's both. But the idea that I had in my mind was a moment where like a person's just watching TV and then they hear a voice that's like their dead daughter or something, or their dead sister. Oh, hold on, that is a knock on my door. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Maintenance came to change the like filter on the AC stuff, so they came in and did that. So I apologize for the wait. Didn't feel like unmuting for that. But hopefully I didn't miss too many of y'all. What was I saying? Oh, right. I was talking about how they there was introducing the possibility that the mimics are able to say voices that they couldn't possibly heard before, right? So like people that have long been dead or are currently gone. So like another example of this is in horror movies where it's kind of like where it's just like, oh, this person is talking to their husband, and they're in the kitchen, and the husband's responding, and then the wife gets a phone call stating like, hey, I'll be home soon. And it's like, what are you talking about? You're in the kitchen. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm on my way home. And like, it's that kind of moment where it's like you kind of introduce a feeling of, how does it know? Right? But I guess in that situation, it could have stalked the family and then mimicked the voice and then waited for that person to go and then mimic them saying that, like, oh, they'd come back, right? So we could go down that route, but so I think that's completely reasonable. So I think we could definitely do that a bit. Let's do that as part of a script. Let's do that. Let's see here. It was not home. Wife talks to husband. That's not how you spell husband. Who is in the kitchen. Gets a call from her husband saying they are on their way home, but if they are gone, then who is in kitchen? Right? Because that's a completely reasonable thing. Because it would just copy the voice, wait for that opportunity to arise, and then they would try to trick, right? But this, if it's something that couldn't possibly know, hey silly, how you doing? If it's something that they couldn't possibly know, then it has to be someone who's dead, right? And long dead. Do we want to go the route of long dead, like that's a voice that shouldn't be mimicked? Completely understandable. Well, thank you for stopping by, silly. It was wonderful having, well, the small, thank you for giving me some of your time. I appreciate that. I hope that you are productive, and don't forget to rest and drink water and eat food and take care of yourself. And if it's something creative, I would love to see the results of it or the process of it, if you're willing to share. Can we have a guy in the game that's Irish because I love Irish people? We can 100% have an Irish person. We can 100% do that. That should not be a problem. Because even if we have like someone who recently died, it could make sense. Well, even then, we could pretty much... I'm trying to think of situations where it's impossible for them to know. But every single time I'm trying to think of a way, it's kind of like, well, they could have listened to a VHS. It could be a mother mourning, so they watched VHS of their child's that they recorded a while ago on repeat as a way to try to process and move on, right? And then the mimic could have like mimicked that. Ooh, that would be creepy though, wouldn't it? Because like it would mimic the sound not from the person but from the recording, so it would sound like it was speaking through an VHS. That's extra creepy. I kind of like it. Okay. We'll do mimic can utilize voices of people who aren't actively there, as well as recordings of people talking, which includes the... What do you call the effect of a VHS on a voice? I think there was like, it's not art. Is it architect? Is it artifact? I think it's called artifacts. The vocal irregularities of technology affecting a voice. Yeah, like radio. Like that I believe that's called artifacts, right? Am I wrong? Or it's just like, it's the little indicators that lets you know mentally, like, oh, this is from a radio, or oh, this is from a TV, or oh, this is from a phone. I believe are called artifacts. I could be wrong. I'm gonna put artifacts for now, because at least I know what I'm talking about. At least for now. Maybe in the future I'm gonna be like, what the frick am I talking about? Like, wait a minute. Hold on. Which includes the artifacts of the recording hardware. Cool. But we still haven't answered this question. If it is actually impossible to know, you should listen to the customer's complaint before doing anything, because these guys were wondering what the guy was complaining about, but he said it was soon as then you told it. Oh, I remember that skit. I remember. Gives me reverb and tape hiss, and so I don't know. Hold on. Now it's got under my skin. I'm like, okay, where is it? Sound artifacts. Here we go. Sound artifacts are unwanted sonic qualities introduced during recording, processing, or manipulation of audio signals. Let's go! I am so bad with words, so when I'm on it like this, that's so good. But they're called sonic artifacts. That is the name of them. Yeah. Gotta love it. Gotta love being able to be good with words. Sonic, like Sonic the Hedgehog? Exactly. Do the rings in Sonic mean that it's a Sonic artifact? My God. Anyway, I keep on getting distracted. Not that is a problem. Y'all are wonderful. That doesn't answer the question. Something that is actually impossible to know. Let's say grandmother. There was no recordings. There was no phone lines. It was just pulling the voice from a distant memory in their brain and saying it and using that voice against you. Do we want that? Enjoy your lurk, dragon. Do we want the ability to give them the possibility and capability of using voices they have no business in knowing, an impossibility of knowing, thus giving the hint of like, oh, these things aren't just mimicking voices, they're like reading minds in a way? Maybe, Star. Maybe. I would... Well, I mean, are they hot to the touch? And they might just be like... I don't know how expensive your LED keyboard was. If it was a cheaper version, they might have cut corners on type of LEDs or type of plastics. That would potentially happen. Or you can see if you can get replacements for those keys, depending, right? I recently splurged on a new keyboard because my old one I was gonna break over my leg. No joke. There, if you manage to see some of those VODs, there are some VODs where I'm like, I'm gonna break this keyboard because it will just suddenly stop working. Oh man. Oh, it's just melting the entire keyboard. Oh no. Yeah, you need a new keyboard, Star. Maybe you'll get it with your new PC. Granted, depending on a keyboard's a good keyboard. Like, if as long as you don't need an LED, they come in fairly cheap. They're not. It shouldn't be a problem. But to be honest, I never was like one for LED keyboards. The reason I got the one that I have now is because a friend put it together for me, which was really nice, and they did a very good job. And I was like, if I'm getting a new one, I might as well like splurge a little, you know. just a little bit. And if I could avoid running into that same problem as I did before, what I need to do now is get a new mouse. This mouse is good and all, so it's fine for right now, but my current mouse is on the same wireless thing as my keyboard. My wireless keyboard that I don't use anymore. So I have a wireless keyboard that's just sitting there not doing anything, but if anything touches that keyboard, it's still linked up to my computer because I'm using the mouse. It's a whole thing. Actually, now that I think about it, I should just take out the batteries. What the hell am I doing? I'm doing that right now. Hold on. Alright, let's see here. Where are the batteries on this? Anywhere? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Got it. Huh? Okay, batteries are out. Does mouse still work? Mouse still works. Keyboard doesn't. Let's go! Let's go! Though I do kind of want to keep a wireless keyboard just in case. There are situations where I'm like using the PC like a game console, where like the actual computer is next to the TV, but I'm on the couch, and my current keyboard's like cord is not that long. So I was using when I was visiting a friend's place, I was doing a wireless keyboard thing where I was just typing from across the room, and it was perfectly great. So stuff like that is great, but like the day-to-day, I don't need it. I think I could just keep it, put like the AAA quad AAAs in a bag, and then I'll put it in when I need it, and then when I don't need it, I'll just take it out. Good plan, idealist. Riveting story. Okay. I like the idea of them being able to utilize voices that aren't actively present. I'm trying to figure out why I like that idea so much, and if the other idea, which is to use recordings as another thing to mimic, and see if that covers that, right? And it's hard to say, right? I think what the desire of trying to implement that is a desire to give a little bit of supernatural spice to it, right? A supernatural feel to it, where it's just like, ooh, it's in your head. It knows the voices that you know. It's not only observing like what you say and do, but it's able to read your mind and the voices in your head, like that kind of thing. But I think that's too substantial, right? Because like, we want the supernatural sprinklings to add additional possibilities of what these things are and are capable of doing. The knowing voices they shouldn't possibly know is a bit heavy-handed in that perspective, right? Specifically, like, Like, it can't... How should I put this? There aren't a whole lot of answers to that problem. You know what I mean? It creates new questions, but it removes more answers than it adds questions. You know what I'm talking about? Am I talking in circles? It's like, okay, it can know voices that it shouldn't possibly know. Well, how does it know? How could it know? It could know through the minds of the people they're affecting or they're observing. So I guess they could read minds now. Like, it's no longer this organism, creature, monster that's able to stalk and listen for long periods of time and then learn very quickly of how they communicate and what things mean, right? It's now this thing that's like, oh, it reads your mind. There you go. Right? So if I'm gonna sprinkle supernatural stuff, I like more of, oh, it doesn't have to be human voices, it could be anything. It could be recordings of voices. And if it could be recordings of voices, could they also record other kinds of sounds? Mimic, not record, sorry. Like, could they mimic the sounds of your pet? Can they mimic the sounds of doors and noises? Like, there's a lot of things that it opens the doors to that's like, oh, it's not just human voices they can manipulate. They can do so much more. And that creates a lot of potential to play with, right? So those kind of things I like, and we should pay attention more, where it's like it creates more than it destroys. And Mimic utilizing recordings does that. Mimics utilizing sounds that could not exist doesn't. So we're going to delete this, and we're going to potentially explore this a little more after the break. So I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. See y'all in a sec. Hello there. Welcome back to Idealist is Out of Breath. Sorry about that. We shifted up the workout in between an additional round. So now we're at 24 push-ups, 60 crunches, and 24 squats. Well, for 2 breaks. We're gonna eventually get to a point where I'm only gonna be able to do every break. Oh man. Maybe we should have more guests. Make them do it too. I think the next time I'll have us do that, it's shared, where it's like collectively as a group need to accomplish that. Because that one time with Kaichi was really funny. It was really good. Okay, thank you for being patient. I have caught my breath. I apologize if I was breathing down the mic. I tried my best not to. Okay, so let's see. So a mimic that utilizes voices of people who aren't actively there, as well as recordings. Mimic can utilize sounds and other non-human noises to catch people off guard. I like that one too, because like, what if you have a squeaky floorboard and you walked over it to get away, and then you'd hear it walking, like you would close the door behind you and you would hide, and you would hear it walking like on the other side of the door, and you hear the floorboard creak, and then They walk forward. And then you hear the footsteps walk back. And then the floorboard creak. So then you assume that they're at that location. So then they open the door, but when they open the door, they were standing right there. Right? But that also gives the question, can they throw their voice? Right? They can mimic the sounds, but can they throw their voice? Hold on. I don't know nearly enough about ventriloquism. Let's Google this shit. Let's Google. Oh, let's Google. Not sponsored by Google yet. All right. Hey, Dragon. Let's see. Ventriloquism. Here we go. I spelled that right. Welcome back. Spring cleaning was a headache. Hell yeah, Dragon. I'm so proud of you for cleaning. I'm also going to be cleaning my place because I'm going to be moving soon. So I need to give this place a super deep clean. Even though I'm not expecting those $400 back. I'm going to be real with you. Of course, Dragon, of course. I struggle with cleaning in general. I lack the dopamine return for cleaning stuff, so I have to find other ways for that good hormone you did good thing to get me to do it. Besides just like, this place is getting kind of gross. Time to clean. All right. It's a performance art. Okay, ventriloquism. Here we go. Let's see if this is something we want mimics to be able to do. A Persian ventriloquist speaks in such a way that it seems their voice is coming from a different location. Yeah, this took me hours. I had to clean the whole storage room. Now, here's the question then. Does that mean, did you clean underneath the storage? Or did you clean around the storage? Or did you organize the storage and then clean everything? You know what I mean? Emptied out, put in a different room? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Then a true deep clean. Speaks in a way that has their voice coming out of a different location, usually through a puppet. The fact of ventriloquism is in English commonly called throw one's voice. Ventriloquism is a religious practice? Oh, really? Did y'all know that ventriloquism was a religious practice originally? What? Speak from the belly. A person, mostly women, who delivered oracles by this means? Wait, hold on. Oracles spoke through the stomach as if they were prophets? That's wild. I mean, Dragon can read. Fine. How many days there are until something happens, Dragon? Ooh. The noises produced by the stomach were thought to be the voices of the unliving and took up residence in the stomach of a ventriloquist, would then interpret the sounds as they were thought to be able to speak to the dead as well as foretell the future. Ooh. One of the earliest record is a group of prophets that used techniques was the Pythia, and the priestess of the temple of Apollo in Delphi, who acted in the conduit for the Delphic oracle. Most successful early gastro. Hold on. One of them. Hold on. No. You're not gonna get that by me. One of the most successful early gastromancers. 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 I need a rebrand Idealist. We're pivoting. Instead of a paleo masters, we're going gastromancy, baby. I'm gonna bend your stomach. And it's just like, they just lose their lunch. Oh, were you able to accomplish it? Were you able to do the two-tone singing? If so, that's really awesome. I managed to do it a few times, but I was never able to do it consistently. Like, I think it's really cool. You harmonize with yourself. Ooh, should hold on. Another potential problem. So let's do this. Ventriloquism. Dual voice. Should the mimics be able to do two different voices at the same time? Yeah. It seems like kind of one of those things. It's like, it's really cool, but how much does it actually help what you're currently trying to do? You know what I mean? It's kind of like, that's kind of neat. I want to be able to do that. Like learning how to throw your voice. Other parts of the world also have a tradition of ventriloquism. Gastromancers, here we go. Was Eurycles, a prophet of Athens? Gastromancers, I can't get over gastromancy. Came to be referred to as Euryclides in his honor. Other parts of the world also have a tradition of ventriloquism for ritual or for religious purposes. Historically, there have been adepts of this practice among the Zulu, Inuit, and Maori peoples. Shift from ventriloquism and manifestation of spiritual forces towards entertainment happened in the 18th century at traveling fun fairs. An early depiction of ventriloquism goes to 1754 in England. It is depicted through a painting. By the 18th century, ventriloquist performers were established a form of entertainment in England. It emanated from far away, known as distant. I'm trying to highlight. There you go. Distant ventriloquism, rather than the modern method of using a puppet, near ventriloquism. See, when I thought about the mimics using distant ventriloquism, I was thinking distant. Like, what if these mimics could make it sound like they're in a different part? So that's why I'm also kind of learning, like, we're going through this to see, like, how you're physically able to do it, and do we want the mimics to be able to then trick? Not like lower difficulty levels, like none of those. I was thinking specifically of like the hardest difficulty mimics are also able to throw their voice to make it sound like someone else is there. Making ideas for mimic difficulty contests, because you mentioned that some mimics could be noticed through contradictions. What if one of the victims is a singer, is able to do a polyphonic singing, but the mimic can't? That's a good thing, but how would we get them to do that, right? Would we want the kind of feedback where we would be like, hey, we can ask them, like, do polyphonic singing, right? Or maybe they're just like, I don't know what that is, like that kind of thing, right? Oh, got you. Yeah, Dragon. Star's birthday is in a few days. Sorry, I missed the hint. Are you gonna be here on Saturday, Star? I'll do my best to remember to say it on your birthday though, on Discord. But okay, all right. I'll wish you an additional birthday then. But happy early birthday, and then on Saturday I'll wish you a happy late birthday. Unless we have a surprise one on Thursday, but we'll see. Well-known ventriloquists. Joseph Askins performed in Sadler's Wells Theatre in London. I think one of the bigger ways to determine if I want this to be, because this is based in the United States, right? So unless they would have the ability to interact with ventriloquism, I don't think they would invent it on their own, right? The main reason that we're digging through this, though, Dragon, as far as possible ventriloquism, is we're exploring the idea of how far we want to extend the abilities of these mimics. We made the decision of moving forward with they can mimic recordings of voices, not just real life voices, and they can mimic sounds and non-human noises. So like being able to manipulate floor creaking or animal sounds or things of that nature to trick people, right? But if they were going to use those sounds to then trick people, they would also want they would also want to be able to throw it at a different place, right? They would want to be able to do that, right? I don't really care about what I get. I just really care about how people feel and want. I have fun, not just on me. Just sit there and just watch the kid open this kid open present. Yeah, you did call yourself kid, but all you are kids to me, so you're all in the same boat. All of you are children. Well, I would say kids more than children. Children has a different feel to it, don't it? You youngins, you whippersnappers, you child. No, child is an insult. I'm trying to think of like idealist and how he refers to people. Does 18 count as a child? You're still almost half my age, so to me you are. You are young adult at 18. At 18 you're young adult. Anything between 18 to like 24 is young adult. I would say 25 and above is adult. It's like adult. Because you're still figuring shit out, man. Hey, Starbeast, how you doing? We're learning about ventriloquism. But yeah, no, like, you're still, like, the difference between 17 and 18 as far as just, like, mental life experiences is so negligible. You know what I mean? So you're just young adult. You know? Romo 2 stars being in the stream. Yeah, love to see it. It's been a while since it's both of you. How have you been doing, Starbeast? Hopefully well. Love that. Look outside clip, by the way, you posted. Thank you. Thank you very much. There will be more look outside clips once I finish that VOD. The rats. Where? The rats. The rats. The rats. The rats. I'm glad you liked it. I try. Unfortunately, it didn't do well on YouTube. I guess it didn't find the right audience, but they found you. That's what I care about. It'll get through eventually. My content is for a select few. It is not meant for the masses, but I'm fine with that. Because my goal is not to have a community of millions, but only 1,000. I don't know if I talked about that before, but like my goal is like 1,000 people. And that's it. 1,000 people who support me in what I do. You know? Have you played Grounded? I have played Grounded, not on stream. I really like Grounded. But Grounded is one of those games that I would want to play with like friends. Like it's a good game solo, don't get me wrong. I like that game and I like playing it solo. But it's amplified by other people, you know? Martha. I still am a little bummed about the Martha costume, because my original plan for Martha was that it was going to be my first live 2D, just kind of like with physics and stuff applied to it, and I just wasn't able to figure it out before I did it. I have not done New Game Plus on Grounded. I didn't beat it. I dropped it before I got it before. Well, thank you. Feel free to scroll through. I think there was a couple that you haven't seen before, but I'm glad you like it. This one is from... actually, you know what? Can you guess where it's from? Can you have a guess of where this is, what game this one is based off of? Yeah, you got it. Never mind. I only played it relatively recently, and I love it. If it wasn't for Look Outside, I would be playing Rain World right now. Because I really like both. But you can only do them so fast when you play games once a week. You know what I mean? I'm excited for the day when we have all the projects out the door and we can... Maybe I'll have like an editor or something, and then I can start streaming more often. So it's not just like... Hey, Idealist has been playing this one game for like a month and but I don't think y'all mind too much, so it's whatever. So ventriloquism, yeah. So the reason I just finished explaining the reason. I think the deciding factor on them being able to throw their voice is, did the ventriloquist movement move into the Americas some time ago? Like the joke comment I made on the post as well. Of course, it was good. It was good, Starbeast. I do my best to reply or heart comments that are made on my stuff. It's just like, you know, while I can, because there may be a time in the future where there'll be so many of them that I won't be able to do that, but at least for now it's manageable enough where I go through every comment and I go through every like response, because it's still low enough that I can do that. So yeah, thank you for putting a comment on there. That helps the algorithm push my stuff, so I appreciate it. How many wars have you done in Grounded? None. I didn't get to that point. I think I was... How far was I on Grounded? It's been a long time since I did Grounded. I remember going into the lake, kill multiple bugs where they despise you and want to kill you. I have killed a lot of bugs, but I haven't gotten to like the end where you have to like guard the energy stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's just like you have to have like walls up in order to make sure that there's just this wave after wave of bugs. Like I didn't get to that ending yet. I don't think I did wasps. I remember going to meet the Ant Queen. I did that. I didn't do wasps. Yeah. So I was like 3/4 the way through, I think. Definitely more than halfway. But I never like finished it. But it's a fun game. I recommend it to anyone who wants it. Arachnophobia mode in that game is really funny because it's just a bunch of circles. But I recommend it. It's good. I recommend it with friends though. The new Subnautica 2 coming out. That's gonna have co-op. No, I didn't hear about that. That's so cool. I actually own Subnautica, and I have fear of deep dark water, so that is something that I've considered streaming. But maybe I didn't play. Wait, I thought Subnautica 2 already came out, or was the one Subnautica 2 like this is like an update to it that's gonna give it co-op? No, I gave it I gave it food. I didn't kill the ant queen, but I'm saying like I was at a point where I could interact with the ant queen. You know what I mean? Like I didn't face the termites. I haven't faced the wasps, but yeah. I also don't think I faced the Black Widow either. You know? What was I saying? Oh gosh. Why is it so hot? AC, please. Alright. As well known ventriloquist, blah blah blah. London. I developed thalassophobia from Subnautica. Yeah, I have thalassophobia already, so it's gonna amplify that. Curious dialogues. However, the other performers beginning to incorporate dolls and puppets into the performance, notably Irishman James Byrne. Doll with broad face exhibits an utterance of childish jargon. Music hall in the United Kingdom. Okay, the intermediate came of age during the music hall in the United Kingdom and vaudeville of the United States. Okay. Is a theatrical genre of the variety entertainment which began in France in the middle of the 19th century. So we're looking at like 1800s of bringing it to the US. I think 150 years of being in the US would give them the ability to learn ventriloquism if necessary, right? I think that's enough time for them to interact with it and learn to a certain degree. And once they reach a certain level of intelligence and understanding. You can do it 3 other times. And the second one is a new one. That last one was Below Zero. Oh, so Below Zero wasn't a sequel? I thought Below Zero was a sequel. Or was it like Subnautica but different, and then this new one is an extension of Subnautica 1? I guess. Hey, I'm not here about to judge other people's narrative designs. But hey, going to a new planet. Hell yeah. Just a sequel, not just a name 2 for a reason. Okay, so where does Subnautica 2 land on the narrative? Is it after Below Zero? I didn't realize we're going down the Fast and Furious model of naming conventions, which is like nuts. You did play a different person in Subnautica Below Zero. Okay, so sequentially it goes Subnautica, Below Zero, then Subnautica 2. Which is okay. Sure. And each one is a different planet. Okay. Alright. I think I understand now. On a new ocean planet that we still waiting for early access. Gotcha. Well, keep me in the loop. Keep me in the loop. I'd love to, especially if it ends up being a game where you can play solo without playing the previous ones. Because if I don't need to play the previous ones to enjoy it, I might just hop in and not do the earlier ones until later. But I'm too terrified to play the game. Yeah, welcome to the club. All right. Below Zero took place on the same planet as 1. Oh, I didn't think it was the first planet. Okay, see, I didn't understand. I thought it was a whole new planet. Okay, well, good to know. All right, I can see why this one's being so exciting then, because it's like, oh, it's brand new. I'm excited to see where they take it, because the first one was so good in its environments. I wonder which direction they're going to take it where it doesn't feel samey. Okay, so followed by Fred Neiman later in the century, but it's Fred Russell who, regarded the father of modern ventriloquism, was offered a professional engagement. His act based on a cheeky dummy. It's adopted next generation of performers. Blah blah blah. I swear, if I see different crafting stuff when the first game does stuff, maybe, I don't know. It's probably be samey. A lot of the crafting things in crafting games end up overlapping to a certain degree. Was taken forward, became the highest paid entertainers. We don't really care too much about this one. The art of ventriloquism was popularized in South India. Borrowed from him the art popular amongst the masses. The popularity of ventriloquism fluctuates. Comedian Jeff Dunham, I do know about Jeff Dunham, has been credited with reviving the platform, is said to have done more promoting than anyone since Edgar Bergen. UK 2010, there were only 15 full-time professional ventriloquists, down from 400. So if y'all looking for a niche that needs to be filled, the vehicles. Oh, got you. No, I hope they really go ham with the vehicles. Won the first season of Sweden's Got Talent. I'm no dummy. Vocal technique. Here we go. One difficulty ventriloquists face is that all the sounds they make are made with the lips slightly separated. Where the label sounds blah blah blah. The only choice is to replace them with others. A widely parodied example of this is the Godel Ogier. What? With the reputed inability of less skilled practitioners to pronounce bottle of beer. Look, bottle of beer. Oh, gotcha. If variations of the sounds are spoken quickly, it could be difficult. Okay, so this is ventriloquist dummy, where we have resins and latex. This is entirely. Wouldn't that be? Hold on. Would that be frightening? Oh, shut off the new vehicle in the trailer. Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. Would that be scary if like you were talking with what you assumed was like a mannequin that was talking, like borderline animatronic talking situation, and then you find out that someone was talking through it ventriloquially the entire time, and they were like in a different part of the room, and there was actually nothing in the suit. That's pretty scary, right? Yeah, right? That would be hilarious if, like, because you know they're gonna make a FNAF real life thing, right? It's gonna happen. They're gonna sell the rights. They're gonna make a theme park out of it, or gonna make a restaurant out of it. It's gonna happen. There's too much money in it for it not to, and then they start hiring ventriloquists, and then suddenly the job market explodes with ventriloquists. Oh gosh. Wait, I recently heard about Halloween Horror Nights. I think that's what it was called. I think it was the one over in, like, Pennsylvania, I want to say. I've been eyeing their stuff recently, and it looks really cool. Like, really, really cool. If only I lived closer, I would have considered being like, hey, do you have any jobs? I'm like, bro, I love horror. Can I like help make stuff? I don't care what I do. I swear, if the mimics that you're making in this game starts to wear human skin on their flesh, I'm going to start using your shotgun to protect me. They're not going to wear human skin. They'll probably eat it, though. Because I don't think it's very effective. Classic Dynasty use of ventriloquists, paper mache, greater names, and popular culture. Okay. What I want is distant ventriloquism. Where a performer appears. Yeah, how do they throw the voice? We're forcing this to be dark mode. 1 second. Boop. There you go. That way it doesn't blind you. What about our not realistic kind of take, or they send photos of what the people look like and their skin looks like it's sagging off their face, or it's just a mimic? That would be a cool thing to add. Well, again, we're trying to avoid anything that would look like, make them look like anything. I do want to give the impression, so in your headcanon, Star, that's what they can look like. You are free to think that that is indeed what they look like. Now, all I will say is people's reaction to them is they know that they're not human. They do not look human. They are very much not looking human. Because people's reaction to them are very, like, terrified and screaming. Like, they're not just like, hey, Paul, how are you doing? They're just like, what the hell is that? Like, that's their response. So, true. So, like, the idea of if a thing that tried to pretend being human by slapping someone else's skin on them would also have that effect on people. It would also be like, what the hell am I looking at? Get out of my house kind of reaction. So, like, if that's what you want to paint it, where it's just making that the thing, then go for it. Dodo mimic still canon. We are going to have an Easter egg with dodos being implemented in some way, shape, or form. I think one of the things that was mentioned was like, albeit swarm of dodos. I think I also considered revealing the true nature, the true look of the mimics on like April Fool's Day or something. And it's just all dodos, where you get to see the dodos. That would also be kind of funny. But as far as like canon, you die in Dark Souls style, right? What if the tapes are recording some of them you can play as the person? That would be really cool, but that would be so much work, Star. That would be so much work. I love it. Don't get me wrong. And I already explored, I want to explore the idea of a New Game Plus, where the New Game Plus is that you play as the people in the run you just completed, and you try to fight them off in your home, and go that route, because I think that would be kind of cool. I'm a huge fan of New Game Plus introducing new mechanics, or new perspectives from what you just did. I'm a huge advocate for that. But I think content creep I think that falls into the bucket of content creep. It's going to already take long enough for this game to be made. Like, we're doing this instead of actually making the game right now. Just so we can figure it out. Could be like a free DLC update. Yeah, that's what I'm considering. Depending on how well the original game does and how like long I could survive off of the income off of that, I would definitely consider a free New Game Plus update where it introduces that kind of perspective to it, because that would be really cool. Well, thank you, much appreciated. That is until you see the $90 price tag. Games are expensive now. Let's go. I'm kidding. I don't know how much it's gonna be, but it's probably gonna be closer to like 20, maybe. Aw, you making me blush. It's going to be on Steam? Yeah. No, this is going up on Steam. This is not going to be an Epic Game Store or itch.io kind of thing. The plan progression of this Star Beast is going to be, I'm going to release a free demo on Steam 6 months before the planned release, and then get the feedback necessary from people playing the demo, and then fully release the game 6 months later. Epic Game Store, I mean, unfortunately it's kind of died off considerably as far as like people raving about it, because like people talked about it a lot because it's it takes less of a cut, but it's just so hard to beat Steam. Steam does so much. It's like, yeah, 30% is a lot, but like what you get for that 30% really is worth it, especially when you look at your other options, you know. Have you ever never got a game on Game Jolt because it has good games? Like a bunch of games that got popular were from Game Jolt. I've actually never heard of Game Jolt. Share your creations. Join a growing community of creators and gamers around the world sharing videos, art, memes, and live streaming together. What the heck is this? Interesting. I'll have to check this out. Because especially if there's no exclusivity, like, I don't see why I don't do both. Right? As long as if I do the appropriate, go through the appropriate, like, application process and all that other kind of stuff and set everything up, I don't see why I wouldn't also just do Game Jolt. If what you're saying is true, Star, which I don't doubt you. I mean, I doubt you a little bit. You have a tendency to lie to me. No, I wouldn't say lie. You have a tendency to trick me. But I think you're being serious with this, so I'll definitely check it out. Most of the FNAF games are also on there. Got you. Okay, yeah. Especially since this kind of gives a little bit of FNAF vibes just from the style of the interaction. It's not only going to be on Steam, but we're considering, just due to the nature of the interaction of this game, to also have this be touchscreen compatible. Specifically in the aspect of, like, not necessarily phones, but like tablets and like touchscreen devices, because all the game is, as of right now, is like touching, like clicking and making decisions on this. So replacing the mouse click with a like touching with your finger is not like far-fetched by any means. Plus I don't think there's a whole lot of games, horror games, that are on like tablets and touchscreen shit. I think that is a an area that we have a lot bigger possibility of growing really big in. Just from like a business standpoint, it's a lot less competition. There's a lot less competition of like horror games. You're gonna do a FNAF style jump scare Easter egg with a dodo. I was planning to have a dodo where you could click it and it would squeak like FNAF. And then I was considering, hold on. I was considering, this is normally where you determine like how many emergency vehicles that you send out. Different codes on this will switch the dodo to a different costume. I don't know if I'll do specifically like jump scare. I might, but this isn't really a jump scary kind of game. FNAF is a jump scare game, which is why jump scare things is really funny. But like this is much more of like a terror or a feeling of unease kind of thing. Slow burn, much more of a slow burn, much more like atmospheric than it is like jump scary. One single achievement that just says seriously for not even touching the keyboard and letting everyone die for the first time you're playing. I don't know if I'll go through the whole thing where it's like, oh, you don't touch anything, but there is going to be a turtle achievement. Because there's a whole separate ending of you just turtling. Which is everything here, you just let everyone go, and then you just keep the resources. Because we have to plan for that. Because technically, that's breaking the game. If you don't save anyone, but you still have resources, how do you lose? You don't technically lose, right? So we need to have plans and systems in place so that you still lose, even if you turtle. Well, if it was up to Star, they would be like maintenance stuff. Star keeps on mentioning as far as like, what if you had to blow your nose? What if you had to, like, there's so many like maintenance stuff where it's just like, what if you have pop-ups you need to delete? What if? Oh gosh. Don't I'm not making fun of you, Star. I very much promise. But it has been something that you have mentioned a lot as far as doing like different tasks while you're waiting, which is still good. I want you to still give me those ideas. So don't think that I apologize if I'm coming off as what's the word I'm looking for? Not thankful. The reason I keep giving it is because my brain thinks something every 5 seconds, and I welcome it. Casually play Snake, but it's a line of dodos. We have talked about having mini games on the computer. We've considered Snake. Because this is based in late 1990s, early 2000s. So I considered having the pinball game, like, you know what I'm talking about, like the pinball game happening, or you make it so that you get to see your coworkers in the background play like Doom or something, like just like really funny little things occasionally happening. That our first coworker, the one that leaves thinking that this is just a job, would 100% be playing video games on their computer. 100% they would have Doom on their computer, no doubt. Goodbye and said fishing minigame confused me. Gamer ending is really funny. That would be funny, where it's just like there's an achievement for playing like Frogger for like, wait, is that too far back? Is prevalence of Frogger too far back? That feels like mid 90s, maybe early 90s. I probably hit the nail on the head for Doom, but like I'm trying to think of what else would be out there around that time besides just the pinball that was literally on every single PC at the time. I also don't think I would probably have to make my own version of it where I could do something like Dodo oriented, just because like if I straight up put that pinball game into this game, it's not my game. You know what I mean? I think I could get sued. Not doing nothing achievement. About playing games and doing nothing else. Yeah, the gamer achievement. The turtling achievement was mentioned, but I think there could be something really funny as far as just like you played a certain amount of a video game throughout the experience, or you could technically knock out both achievements at once of being gamer achievement and turtling achievement at the same time. Where all you don't answer the phone, you just play video games the whole time. Oh gosh. There has to be some kind of interaction though that we implement where it'll catch you doing it, you know what I mean? Where it's just like a coworker's like, really? Why aren't you, if you were just gonna play video games all day, why did you even come in? Like, go home. Like, we would have to kind of think that through a little bit. We want our coworkers' reactions and we want people's reactions to sound very realistic to a degree. I saw an anti-piracy method, which I don't know exactly how it works, but it was the progress is tied to achievements. Yes. I saw Thor talking about it. And that would be, well, I don't think I have to worry too much about it. And there's a couple of reasons, right? Having anti-pirate systems in place is very important, especially when it comes to things that are a lot more social based. So like when there's multiplayer, when there's leaderboards, when this kind of stuff. If we end up going the direction of leaderboards, then I'll implement anti-piracy or anti-cheat to some degree. But at the same time, it's kind of one of those things where this is kind of a single player game. I plan on pricing this game equivalent to the countries that they are being released in. So it's super cheap in other places, in areas where, so I can actually make it affordable for people to buy it in other countries. It's not like $20 American across the board, where it's just like that's like half a month's rent on a game, and they're like, I'm never going to be able to play it, right? And that in those areas piracy is high, not because they want to pirate, but because like affordability is so problematic. It's fine, it's like, well, let's make it cheap. I want people to play this game. I need to make a living, so it's not going to be free, but like, I want this to be something that people have if you have the ability to play it, which the touchscreens help, as far as not everyone has a PC, not everyone has access to Steam, but a lot of people have phones, a lot of people have tablets, a lot of people have touchscreen devices, and it's like, cool, you can now play it on there. I don't know if I'm going to make this into a phone game though, because that sounds really difficult. This seems like a game where I'm not sure if the screen would be big enough. Like, I'd probably have to change the UI to adjust to it. If it's pirated, progress not saved. I guess I can see that. But like, overall, it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, pirating to me has always been an accessibility problem, not a moral problem. For the most part, there's some people out there that just will pirate no matter what, and that sucks. But for vast majority of pirating, in my opinion, is very much just, it's too expensive, or it isn't being sold in my country and I want to play it. And it's those two things mostly. Which is why I would like, when this game is released, to also I'll be splurging on some money for localization. So like, I won't change the voices, but I'll probably change the text, the actual, like, the words on the screen. I would probably change, right? Okay, wait. So you know how we talked about the tutorial? What if we have like a little guy, like a kind of Clippy? Yeah. No, we did talk about that, Star, where we were considering adding a Clippy to this game, because this was peak Clippy age of when that stuff was happening, and I thought that was a really funny thing, where it was just like, welcome! Because we also talked about AOL instant messaging, and how people could potentially message us instead of call as a potential as well. Like, we were kind of going through the list of like, well, this could be interesting. I usually try before I buy, which I'm not sure if it's a bad thing. I mean, that's why I want to bring out a demo. The demo is essentially, for those that don't know, the demo for this game is going to be a prequel to the main game. It's going to be about if this is the main town, there's like another small town that they drive through that runs into this same issue and introduces the systems just on a much smaller scale, and then and then the game is over, and then it kind of shows that like, oh, they're going into this city, and we're about to see the same thing happen again, right? And then I bought the games later when I had the money. All right, like you just want to make sure that you get your money's worth out of it, and I feel like that's fair. I got a little guy, if you're interested. I made him out of Lego, but he could be fully animated. Interesting. Well, if it's the guy you made, I would love to see it. But you better not pirate it, Starbeast. You were talking mad stuff about willing to pay $90 for this game. I'm gonna give you sass if it turns out that you get 0 for it. But I mean, it's like the one thing I don't feel bad pirating is Adobe apps for school. Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'm live right now, so I will not confirm nor deny that you know, all I can really confirm right now is that I currently do not have an Adobe subscription, and that's about it. Look, pirated Ultra Kill, and they said it was so good they had to buy the game. Yeah, like that's the reason why I'm doing a demo, so that you don't have to worry about the you know, pirating first, buy later. You can try the demo. If you like the demo, you'll like the real game, the main game. I like the idea of a wacky anti-piracy screen. Nuh-uh-uh. You didn't say the magic word. Nuh-uh-uh. Did you pay for this game? Good. What if the anti-piracy is just a screen that says, did you pay for this game? And if you hit yes, it's just like, it just believes you. It's like, there it is. They have to tell me the truth. Oh, man. But yeah, so yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're doing it. Is to make sure, is so that people who play the game are the ones that want to play the game. If we did an anti-piracy screen, you should do like the loudest noise on earth on their headphones. No! I don't want to hurt people. Again, it's an accessibility thing. Like, if let me put it this way. If I put out a demo and then also try to make the game affordable in all the different countries, plus do all this localization stuff, and people still pirate, it don't matter what I put out there. Like, at that point, it's just kind of like, well, that kind of sucks, but hopefully they like my game. You know? Like, there's a solid chance, like, the gameplay loop of this game, you could lose fast. I'm not trying to make it where it's like, oh, you can't beat the game under 2 hours, or you can't lose fast enough under 2 hours so that like you can't redeem it. Like, I'm not doing any of that. They don't have to do that. They don't have to pirate it, because they could just redeem it. If they don't like the game, they could just redeem it. And which is why I want to add stuff where it's just like you can get so much out of it by replaying the game over and over again and getting like different perspectives and different like sound bites and all that other kind of stuff. And so if people are interested in that kind of stuff, they'll just keep playing, and they'll want to keep playing, and they want to get better, and they want to last longer, and they want to save certain people, right? And if you play the game and you don't like it, then like, fine, like, redeem it. So be it, you know? Do it like the Shapes and Beats. They did it so smart, which is literally a TSA that they don't mind pirating so long as you support in other ways. So wait, the way they did it was literally a TSA that they don't mind pirating so long as you support in other ways. Like, that's kind... Hold on. How did they go about it? Yeah, put it in game dev so I can look at it later. But yeah, like, my game is gonna have like our member stuff. It's gonna have like a Discord, our Discord on it. It's gonna have like all like our Twitch on it. Like, it's gonna have like all the other things that we do, in the sense of like, if you want to support me, this is the best way to go about it. Like, even the game, if let's put it this way, if you pirated, let's say my game is $20, right? If you pirated my game, but they were just like, you know what? This was a really cool game. I'm going to go support them. And then you went to my like membership and signed up for a membership for $20, that there would be more money. I would get more money from that membership than I would from you buying the game. Because I'm not getting like Steam's not taking a piece of it. Like all these other stuff is not taking a piece of it. All right. I'll check it out when we go into commercial or at break. Actually, antivirus security that just make it so the phone doesn't work, neither does the computer. Yeah, that's illegal. Right. And then play the game, but the audio is reversed. Like, it's just kind of one of those things where it's just like, it's an arms race. You know? Oh, yeah. But that's frustrating. Yeah, it's like, okay, well, it's like you went out of your way to pirate a game, and then the game doesn't work. Do you assume the game doesn't work because you're pirating? Or do you assume the game doesn't work because the game don't work and then you're not going to pay? How likely, let's put it this way, how likely are you when you've pirated a game that if there's an anti-pirate measure in place, would you then go buy the game? I think that number's small, if at all. I don't think anyone's going to be like, well, fine, I guess if they won't let me pirate, I guess I better go buy it. Like, I don't think a lot of people think that way. I think it's literally like, oh, you're not going to let me pirate? Okay, then I just won't buy it. And then they just move on with their life. I don't think it motivates people to buy the game. I just buy it after pirating it. Yeah, it's like, I feel like, well, I mean, there's a reason for it, right? There's the reason that you're going through that in the first place is because you don't want to spend, you've been so burned on so many game companies in games that you've spent hard-earned money that you've saved up for only to like realize it sucked. You didn't like the game. And because, or it was riddled with stuff that you didn't want, or it advertised poorly. Like, you've been burned so much by games where it's literally like, I can't advocate spending this money on something that might not be like what they say it's going to be. So then you pirate, right? Or you get it on severe discount because it's like you've been burned so much you're not willing to take that risk. Like, I'm not sitting here being like, yeah, like, it's just one of those things where it's like, there used to be demos for games, and then we stopped. I think we replaced it with early access or something. I don't think we're going to have early access, by the way. I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're just going to do demo and then full game. Early access, I think, is for like much more live service, much more like frequent updates, frequent changes, needing constant feedback, that kind of thing. I'd much rather just have like a structured thing that I have created, putting it out there, testing the waters for free. You don't need to pirate it because it's a free demo. And then get the feedback, change what I needed to change, update what I needed to update, and then boom. Main game comes out. It still has a demo, the in-game industry at least. Yeah. But like, at least, you're free to correct me if my assumption is wrong, right? As far as why people pirate. To me, it's you aren't willing to put forward money in something that you've been burned in so often that you would much rather pirate, then it proves itself to you that it's worth what it's asking for, and then you pay for it. Because I think I'm not advocating piracy, but I also don't think I feel like that's fair. To be like, I need you to prove to me that you're worth the money that you're asking for. Because we now have trust issues, understandably, in the gaming industry. So a part of me is just like, oh, we can do anti-piracy, but it's like, the point of the piracy is to prove our worth. And there are people out there who's just like, I'm just going to play it because it's a free game. It's like, okay, well, that sucks. That's money out of my pocket. But those people probably wouldn't support me anyway, right? And if I put in an anti-piracy method, people are going to find a way around the piracy method. And then I'm going to create an arms race with people trying to get my game for free, and I'm going to put in resources and time and commitments and potentially people on trying to beat this arm race of people trying to get my game for free. That sounds like a waste of time. I don't want to have that arms race. I'd rather it just be like, you don't want to support me or spend money on me. I'm going to judge you as a human being, but yeah, I guess you do you. Yeah, like, it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, I would much rather make and focus on a game where people would kind of just be like, I pirated this game, and then people just kind of look at them like, why? Why would you? It's like, this game is so cheap and they did such a good job. Why would you pirate this? Like, you're not sticking it to the man, you're sticking it to one guy making a game. Like, why are you doing that? Like, that's what I want. And now, if I put like anti-piracy and all this other kind of things in the way, at that point is a challenge. At that point, I'm asking for it in a way. It's just like, ooh, this guy's trying not to be pirates. And it's like, well, I'd rather just make something good that people want to support. And if you take from it, then fine. It sucks, but it's gonna happen. But I'd rather just focus on making that number small. It's like a lion hunting a human. They can, but it takes so much energy to wait to take a little of the war. Exactly. Yeah. But like, again, that kind of comes to like the expectation of how many of those kind of people, the people who would pirate my indie solo game instead of buying it, would see an anti-pirate method and then go, well, I guess I should pay money for this. I would put money, and I guess I technically am, by not putting in anti-pirate stuff, potentially, in that the conversion rate of people who would pirate a game to people who would not pirate and pay for a game because of anti-piracy methods is like null. Like maybe 1%. Maybe probably a fraction of a percent of them are just like, you got me. Time to do it. Like, just the kind of people who would be like, I'm gonna pirate unless they have methods to prevent me from pirating. Where it's kind of a challenge where you need to earn my respect in order to get my money kind of mentality. Those are the only people. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to finish my... If we went on break in the middle of that conversation, I was going to lose track. I appreciate the reminder. All right, we're going to have an ad break, and I'm going to watch the video. I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. Yeah, I was thinking of doing something similar to that, not going to lie. Where it was just kind of like, there's so much more that's worth more for people, and having anti-piracy in place, where it would then prevent them from enjoying the experience, because it could be a thing where it's like they literally can't afford it, right? It's just a full game, but the whole entire time there's a dunce cap on the table. Yeah, no, like I mean, as you were saying, Dragon, we're just pretty much since the topic has come up. Okay, I don't know if you can hear me right now, Dragon, but the point is I'll wait until after the ad break before I continue, actually, now that I think about it. All right, and welcome back. So finished watching the video, I was thinking about doing something similar, essentially. Where, and you have a good point, Dragon, where it's just like, we haven't even finished programming the game yet. Like, we don't need to think about this. But since the topic is up, it's still good to have that conversation and the expectations of this game. Where it's, I would rather people... Okay. I feel like this is a bit controversial, so I apologize. But, welcome back, Dragon. I think it's better for people to have pirated my game and enjoy it and leave good comments and talk to people about it and are able to then pay for, like, look out for my other games and they join the community and like all that other kind of stuff, than them see an anti-piracy and then won't touch it and won't experience it, and then that's it. We lose a potential member of the community. I would much rather have that. Whereas, like, there's so many reasons to pirate that to essentially be like, oh, they're just selfish. It's like, a lot of times they're just, it's an accessibility issue. To have anti-pirate methods is to prevent people to play the thing that you are putting out there for people to play. Yeah. I understand it's stealing, technically. You're not paying for a product. It's why I like the demo, and why I'm going to have the demo being replayable as well, where people could just play that over and over again if they so desired. Maybe we can have some... Because if we're going to introduce new game where it's like, ooh, there's replayability to it, we would want that in the demo too, right? And for some people, it's the accessibility. In which, in that case, I'd rather people enjoy it, even if it's out of my own pocket, right? Because, I don't know. I think there's like a weird difference to me between not paying for something or taking money out of my pocket. You know what I mean? It's like, it's something that I should have got money for and I didn't, versus a game that actually minus my bank account. Like, it's why I don't have donations on my stream, right? Because of, I think, what was it called? It was like buyback or something is what it's called, where people would donate $1 and then refund that $1, and then the streamer would have to pay like $15 fee for the buyback from it. And like, a lot of people lost a lot of money because of that. Like, that shit is like actual heinous. But like, stuff like this is just more like, I've gained a fan. You know what I mean? It's like, sure, they can't give me money for a game that I'm making, but that's like being on y'all for not subscribing, right? It's like, oh, y'all don't subscribe, y'all aren't members on to support me, like y'all are freeloaders. Like, no, it's like, I'm putting this out there for free for people to be there, and if you are able, or if you're not able, and if you don't want, you don't have to. You giving me your attention and your time and communication. I mean, Dragon, like, you help push things in my algorithm by your commenting on my stuff. That means a lot to me. Like y'all giving me your time and attention, like, that's supporting me. It's not just financial. It doesn't have to be just financial, right? And like the piracy thing kind of falls under that. It's like, okay, you don't have money, that's fine. Then is there something else that you are able to? Can you give me your time? Can you give me your attention? Can you promote this? If you, like, I don't think I would be upset if it was people, like, let's say there's somebody who wants to be a YouTuber, but they don't, because being a YouTuber is free, right? You don't need to pay to get into that. And you could, like, it's like, okay, they're going to stream, or they're going to play the game on YouTube, but they pirated the game, right? That's promoting my game. That is advertising for my game. Sure, they didn't technically pay for it, but they're still technically advertising for it. When they talk to people and talk about, hey, this is a really cool game, y'all should play it. It's on Steam, but it's also on this place where you could potentially pirate it if you want. Or, hey, after you finish the game, and it's like, oh, here are these other options if you want to support me. Because it's like, I think you're the only person I did donate to on your first anniversary. Yeah. Thank you. No, I very much thank you for your support. And know that I don't want y'all to feel like you have to. That's why I want to make merch. It's why I want to have a lot of eggs in a lot of different baskets, so that like my eventual goal is like to have live streams where it's about donations to causes, where I don't have to worry about my own bills anymore, and we can help the community in different ways. Like, that's my eventual goal. I have to be able to pay my bills before then, but the point is like, there's so much more value in so many different things that people put stuff into, right? Money is just, it is important. It is very important, but only enough to cover your being able to live. Beyond that, it's just kind of whatever. And I've always had that relationship with money, you know? Thank you for the pets. Mama Dodo always loves it. But yeah, no. So in case I was unclear, the memberships that I mentioned is essentially my version of Patreon. I do it over at Fourth Wall and stuff like that. But like, the way I already have everything written out as far as how I plan everything being supported financially for. And I think collectively Twitch and YouTube was only like 40%, I want to say. Or maybe it was like 20. It was something like that. It was like 20 or 40% collectively between Twitch and YouTube. And then it was like majority was direct donations, and then like 30% was like merch. And then the other bits were kind of like commissions, like if I decide to do art commissions or things like that as well. Like, I plan on having a lot of eggs in a lot of baskets, so that it's just like, I'm not expecting like thousands of subs, and I need thousands of subs in order to make things work out, right? And I think there's an important distinction in how there's a balance between being realistic of what's needed. No, Star, that wasn't an invitation for you to get me money. Thank you, Star. I appreciate it. Thank you for giving me your hard-earned money. Save it up for your computer, my guy. You need a new keyboard. Your keyboard's melting. Your keyboard is actually melting. But thank you. I appreciate it. Know that it does help. Every little bit does. But I don't want y'all spending your hard-earned cash. Save it for the merch store, all right? Make it so that I at least have to give you something physical. These are just, like, it's just made up. It don't mean anything. You don't get incentivized for it. I need to finish that, I really need to finish that banner. Because y'all wanted to put on a mug, right? Yeah. Never got a single piece of... So I'm spending all my money on your merch. Hope you know that. No! You know what? Fine. Fine. You know what? I mean, that's why I'm making merch. It's not why, but like, it gives you an opportunity to I don't know. It's my first time making merch, and it's gonna be such a surreal experience because, okay, so my love language is making things for people. I think I've mentioned this before. So like, there's never ever been a time where I've created something for someone in which they paid money for. So there's gonna be an adjustment period, and I am sorry, but I'm probably gonna take it very strongly. Worst case, I just want to save the image, make a sticker, then put it on a mug. Hell yeah. Well, I do plan on making monthly stickers as a reward for members. Like that's on my plan. That's on my to-do list. Is that I want to make monthly stickers that I send out for y'all, for members. But I haven't made the video to explain that in lore yet. Oh gosh, there's so much to do. Why did I have to make everything lore specific? Maybe I should just ditch it. Maybe I should just ditch the lore reasonings and just make shit. I don't know, man. It's tough. But, oh man, it's worth it. I'm working harder now than I ever had in a 9-to-5. And, God, I love it so much more. So much better. I haven't been this creatively fulfilled in so long. Thanks to y'all, by the way. I sent you monies because my birthday's coming up and you know how much money you get on your birthday. No, I don't, Star. I don't know your family situation. My family situation, they spent it. You know what? I take that back. I do. They spend a decent amount of money, but I did not, like, my family was not necessarily very well. It was like well off, right? 100, 150. That's so good. That's great. Excellent. I'm excited for you. Spend at least some of that on a new keyboard, okay? The dichotomy of brainstorming is more tragic, but coding feels more productive. I wish I could help. No, it is derivative. Yeah. No, do not give me all your damn birthday money, Star. No, but do stuff for you too. Like do stuff for you first, okay? You first. Do stuff that you want first, and then if there's stuff left over, I won't tell you what to do. Like you need, like save, invest. Think of your future, Star. Invest. Put in the 401k. Your Roth IRA, Star. Your Roth IRA. Yeah, do we need to have a monetary... Oh, God. Like, I was about to say, do we need to have a money, Money Talk 101 as a live stream, teaching moment? But I know y'all. Y'all are going to take that opportunity to be freaking frivolous with your money and send me money during the money talk. I know you will. So... just to spite me, just to piss me off, because I know you will. But you should save. That money should be saved, yeah, you should save your money for things that are important and things that are happening in the future, especially if you're young. Right? Especially if you're young, because that shit builds real on top of each other a lot. So I would say put that into a retirement savings. If you're not going to spend, at least match it. At least do I'm trying to be don't give me money. So I'm just yourself first. At least do that for me. Treat yourself first. If you have the ability, if you have the availability, future, I think, I myself have, I'm investing in an IT, S&P 500 company. Is it one that does AI? Because that will probably pop eventually. So just FYI. I shouldn't give it financial advice. What the hell am I doing? I'm not a financial guy. Careful. Just careful. We relatively saw, I'm not going to get political, but we've seen recently that retirement funds can be variable. Just information technology? Okay. Good. Because a lot of people are investing into AI, and that will probably pop at some point. It reminds me a lot of the, what's the word? The website bubble. You know what I'm talking about? Where everyone's super invested into people's websites in the early 2000s, and then it popped, and people lost a lot of money and a lot of investments. Yeah. So it's hard for me to advocate for certain things, financially speaking, but Like, treat yourself, treat your future, and then leftover if you want, then fine. Like, I'm not like beyond that. I can't diverge anymore. Also, the reason I sent money is because you're my favorite streamer and you've done a lot for the community. I want to pay it back. Oh, Star, you're gonna make me cry. Don't make me cry on stream. How dare you? But I'm glad I've positively influenced you in such a strong way, Star. That makes my day, and I appreciate that. Yeah. Politics. Listen, we're not. I want this environment to continue staying as an entertainment, a place of learning, a place of growth, and a place of development. Politics should stay out of that. Yeah. I can't tell you how much the money that I saved up as a kid helped me as a college student. It helped pay for my college. So, like, yeah. Money go burr. One thing I will say, let's see here. Let's do like a new one real quick. I just want to make this known as far as we're talking about money. I'm getting distracted with money, but here we go. So actually, we'll just do it here. We'll scroll down. So for money, this is how I break down my stuff. Granted, I'm not making money right now. So this is, if I was making money, this is how I break it down, right? Say like a good 100 euro for a worth of coins on rainy days. Hell yeah. Wait, is that euro? Pounds? I don't know that symbol. I'm sorry. I'm so uncultured. So this is the way. So this is the way I break down my money. All right. This is how I break it down. 50% goes to like payments. These are like those have these are things that are like recurring. So this is like subscriptions. These are rent. These are like things that are consistently happening. These are insurance. This is like things where it's just like, this is euros. Got you. So pounds. All right. Okay. Listen, I'm probably going to have to, if we ever do like a stream punishment thing, I'm probably going to have to do like anything worldly. I am not worldly. I like focusing on what I like, and that's about it. Like, I grew up with history, believing history wasn't accurate because it was written by the winners, so I didn't pay attention. Even though I still think I was technically correct, it has the side effect of now I don't really know what happens in the world. I just treat every people with respect and dignity, and that cruelty shouldn't be stand behind, right? That's what I believe in, and it's gotten me very far, and it's pretty good. But the problem with that is I don't know where a lot of places are. I don't know a lot of culture things. So excuse me, I apologize. Like, it is not due to a place of of anger or hatred or you know, anything like that. It's just incompetence. and I will do my best to learn. Mr. has to put that into the full effect. Shoulder. Y'all. So just a heads up. Anyway, 50% goes to payments. Then 30% goes to saving. So saving / investment. And specifically, well, you know what? How about that? Okay, well, can I do it this way? I can do it that way. Okay, good. I forgot which direction it was. For those that don't know, in order to avoid the Excel, this isn't a thing, you just do this and then whatever you want, and it will just print whatever you want. 30% goes to saving, and that saving, I like to aim for 6 months of expenses. This is where I like to be. I like 6 months. If I become a voice actor in this, I'm going to tell Ideas to not to pay me if he said, oh, Idealist, he's going to pay me. I'll just get in a fight with him. I'm not getting paid. No, listen, if y'all do any work for me, I'm paying you. I don't give a shit. All right? Y'all, especially I'm running a business. It may not look like a business, but I am running right now a business. I am going to pay my contracts and employees the appropriate amount of money for the work they put into me. All right? I am going to pay you. We can make an agreement that it's like not a lot if that's what you want, but I want people to know and value the skills they put forward. I refuse. Just at a fundamental ethical level, I will refuse any work that is free. If you want to have some kind of deal, fine. But we're going to get that shit contracted and everything and signed. You know what I mean? Like, if we're going to do a whole bartering system, fine. I like free work and I also don't want to get paid. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. I feel like I was just like you at one point, Star, and then I got taken advantage of one too many times in the business professional world, and I was like, you know what? Fuck that. Oh, man. But no, you should know that your skills are valuable and you deserve proper compensation for them. It gives motivation to work harder. You need to get your fruit for your own labor. Well, some people just aren't motivated by money. I'm one of those. I'm not motivated by money. If I could pay my bills, the difference between $60,000 a year and $600,000 a year does nothing for my motivation. For some people, it's a lot because it's like, ooh, I get to afford things. I get to pay stuff. I get to do all this other kind of stuff. And that's great. But I don't have that. I don't think like that. My money, the only time I ever spend money outside of my needs are when friends come over and I like spoiling them. I like spoiling my friends when they're here. I like paying for their meals. I like cooking for them by like getting like higher end stuff and then cooking for them. So like that's where a lot of my money goes. When I outside of that, I don't like in the occasional game. I think the only other thing I've really spent money on is like getting this career off the ground. That's about it. But you know what, Star? I very much appreciate it, and you keep on doing what you're doing. You keep on supporting me the way you are, and that's one of the reasons why I said I only need 1,000 people. Because the way I like, and I apologize if this makes you feel. What happened? What happened? Oh, you did a lure. I was like, what happened? Where are we? Did it close it? It closed it! What the hell? 1 second. Don't do Dodo lore again. I'm gonna figure out if that's like Alt F4 or something. You're fine. You're fine. That's on my end. That's on my end, my guy. You're absolutely golden. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's look. Let's look, shall we? Did I turn it into Alt F4? Let's see. Let's see here. We want lore Dodo. It's Control F4. Is Control F4 close for Excel? I specifically avoided Alt. All right, we're just gonna change to F5. We're just gonna do F5 because I don't want that again. All right, we'll change this to Control F5. Save, and then we're gonna switch this to sign new shortcut. Control F5. There we go. Boop. There you go. Done. Done and done. You got to close all the tabs in lore costume change for free. You got a wombo combo. I forgot what I was saying. I was talking about money, how I wasn't motivated by money. Didn't really matter. Oh, right. I apologize if this comes off as like I see y'all less than people, because it's 100% not the case. But the idea of I just need 1,000 people is the idea of all I need is 1,000 people willing to spend $100 a year on me, and I make 6 figures. That's it. And technically, subbing on Twitch is 60 of those dollars, because it's $5 a month for 12 months. That's like a merch purchase, and subbing on Twitch is enough for 1,000 people, and I will get 6 figures as a person. So like, I don't need a lot of people. Yeah, like it really helps as far as the feeling of just like, man, I have so much farther to go. But those are the people that are like trying to get millions and millions of people. It's like, I'm not trying to get millions of people. I think y'all are my fans. Y'all are a strong part of my community. Do I have the expectation that you have to spend at least $100 a year or you're not my fans? Of course not. As I've mentioned, there's a lot of ways to support me. But y'all are part of it. Y'all are here. When I make my game and y'all spend money on my game, you're helping support me. Y'all become memberships, you support me. Y'all watch me on my streams, y'all support me. Y'all react and talk on my videos. Y'all comment, you push the algorithm. That is helping me, because I would not be able to reach to more people if it wasn't for you. I am only here because y'all helped me get here. I mean, do y'all remember how many followers I had before y'all came in around like most of y'all came in around August, September, when the Cult of the Lamb video came out? I had 40 followers. And within a month, I had 180. 40 followers over a span of 6 months. And then in 1 month, I had quadruple. Yeah. Well, you're welcome. Y'all deserve to be praised too. Because it's true. Y'all, I wouldn't be here without y'all. I was getting this a year. I was going to give this whole streaming thing 1 year. And at the end of that year, we had 200 followers and not a lot of money, but more than I thought. The big reason why we haven't had the big update is because I didn't anticipate y'all being so damn supportive so soon. Which is why we don't have the first update in. You saw on YouTube and check me out? Exactly. Right? And Dragon came across the Slime Rancher video randomly, and y'all check me out. That's just kind of how this works. It's just kind of the algorithm picks you out. And yeah. And then it just happened to be exactly what it was correct. And for some people, they pick them out and it's not correct, and that's fine too. This was the first time it showed up. I commented that on that VOD and figure out which VOD it was. Yeah. Colts me is still alive. Well, probably not. Probably not, Starbeast. I remember going back and looking at all the Cult of the Lamb videos. We have 48 hours of Cult of the Lamb. We have so many Cult of the Lamb. Which is understandable. It's an amazing game, and I can't wait for an update. I ended up not making a short of the part 2 of having another guy turn into statue, by the way. That one guy gets sacrificed. Yeah, a lot of y'all did. Most of y'all did come in on that. That was sometimes you get lucky, and I did. We'll see how many more times that happens, which is why I'm just gonna keep on going what I'm doing. Even if the video doesn't do well, that's fine, because all it takes is one. All it takes is a single video, a single moment that reaches to enough people and you got it. You know, because I want to give my view on it. Time for my small essay. Yeah. Okay, you give me that. I'm gonna finish the money talk for 1 sec. 30% goes to savings. And that savings, once my usual goal is save up for 6 months, or 6 months of expenses. So if you were to ever lose your job, if you were ever in a financial situation, you have 6 months of expenses to try to find something new. Like that's usually my goal. Do you need playtesters? I probably will need playtesters. I'll definitely be reaching out to y'all first if I need official ones. But more than likely the demo will be the biggest playtest overall. But if I need something before the demo release, that's why I'm live streaming it. Understandable, Dragon. That's why I'm live streaming it. Like, live streaming it gives me honest feedback as we go along, which I think is important, right? And then finally, 20% goes to other expenses. So this includes like food, this includes treating yourself. The 20% is what you're talking about, like donating to, or stuff for me, right? It's this right here. It's this part. Not all of it, guys, not all of it. This part is the bucket that if you were to, you would pull from. 80% of your money shouldn't go to me. Ever. I am not a recurring payment. Well, actually, hold on. I might be. I guess if you're a membership or a Twitch sub, technically you would fall under that 50%. Make sure everything else is good on that 50% if you consider that. None of the 30%. You are not alone. You don't get a house. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, investing in me does not give you additional financial stability, right? I would consider paying off loan goes to similar to savings, not gonna lie. Because I say 30% is if you have 6 months of expenses, leftover goes to investments. And specifically, I look at difference between investing percentage versus paying off loan percentage. So technically, if you're looking to invest, I am going to revitalize this. I am not a financial advisor. I am not an expert. I am a dodo on the internet, but I'm still gonna say shit because this is how I understand it. Okay? So take it with a grain of salt, please. But when you're looking at investing into something, you look at the potential of money you're going to get back from that investment, maybe somewhere between 2 to 3%, let's say. I am a wise, that is true, but wise doesn't mean financial expert, all right? And then compare it to if you, if you compared it to a loan that is like less than or greater than the investment that you're going to go into. So let's say if you were to invest into something that gives you 2.5% back, or invest or pay off a loan that's at like 5%, it's so much better to pay off the loan because the loan is bigger, is a more minus than it is a plus to invest, right? 3D Mama Dodo. That is a little terrifying. We'd probably just eat money, so you're 100% more other dodos. That's a pretty, I'm gonna agree with that. Maybe 100 may be a little high, but I would say I'm smarter than the average dodo. So yeah, that's something that I wanted to mention at least, where it's like if as far as going to saving, if you have enough of a safety net, if you're going to go into investments, compare the percentage as far as being able to, like, the money that you were to gain versus the loans that grow more negatively, right? So investing where the bigger number is a smart decision. Okay, that's it. All right. I just wanted to finish talking about that. All right. So, ventriloquism. Ventriloquism. Do we want... This creates the illusion of ventriloquists can throw their voice much further. By varying the voice's level and modulation, a skilled performer can make it sound as though the voice is coming from far away. In order for this to be effective, the voice must appear to originate further away from the spectator. You cannot throw your voice behind someone you are in front of. Really? You cannot throw your voice behind someone you are in front of? Is that true? Using tone modulation, still lips, and knowledge of how to ears sound, anyone can throw their voice like ventriloquists if they receive proper training. Sign up for free lessons. No, I don't want necessarily free lessons. I just want to know how. Voice is not thrown in any way. Here's how it works. Your brain has the experience of seeing mouths move and hearing voices over and over and over your whole life. You learn kind of that general timings and movements of your mouth makes what it sound or phrase. Now, when they do a trick, they can use another person or object. They say things that they match. No, I want distant ventriloquism. I don't want like something so... Throwing your voice, making it originate on an alternate location is impossible. A ventriloquist, you can visual cues, and suggestion to lead someone to believe the sound is coming from somewhere else. And yes, ventriloquism is what the puppet masters use to make the puppet speak. But we're exploring the idea of if the mimics are able to throw their voice to make it sound like the voices are coming from different parts of the house, thus tricking and able to ambush more effectively. Use it in a predatory sense, in the sense of like killing, right? But if you were to close your eyes and concentrate, it would still originate from his lips. Okay, is this true? It's just cheesy. I knew someone who could make the voice come from other locations. I know he could do it, so the illusion failed, but when someone is unaware, it works sometimes. The way it works is if you muscle voice, wheezy voice, the key is to do it in a low volume relative to the noise of the room. If done right, it sounds like someone is shouting at a distance. Is that really the case? Is it really just playing on social cues would be something the mimic would be able to do? Because then it's not just playing on voice anymore, is it? It's not playing on what you believe is true. Or like it's playing on your expectations. But if it's dependent on appropriate like mouth movements and things like that, then we're not showing their mouths. First of all, it's already gonna have uncanny mouth movements, so that's already gonna fail. Is it really just that? Let's see here. Oh my gosh, what is this website? What kind of 1990 ass website is this? This looks like something that I made in middle school. I'm not even kidding. It was mostly dinosaur dragon pictures. So many times. Perhaps some of the vents. Are you afraid of the distant voice? What? Perhaps one of the vents are like me, afraid to do much of the distant voice. Oh, vents! Like ventriloquist. I thought they were talking about like voices in the vents, and I got real interested. I got real interested. I was like, you don't say. Times have changed. Small wooden heads. Talking over near. Too bad there aren't a few more great listeners around the country to aid in the beginner. Tape recorder's been helping me. In there, I know I did, but the tape recorder is helping me improve my speech and create new voices. Can't see the mistakes with the tape, but we can at least hear them. Does it, how do they do it? Sorry, I didn't mean to knock the thing there. By varying the voice's level and modulation, a skilled performer can make it sound as though the voice is coming from far away. But how? I don't want puppets. I don't want puppets. I want the ones where it sounds like someone is talking at a different area. That's what I want. Because it almost, at least in my experience with ventriloquism, which is very, very not a lot, it's almost like you modulate your voice so that it comes out low near you and then louder away from you. And I don't understand how that, I want to know if is that something that's possible, right? Just an idea. There's a room that has a deep echo like an empty church. The mimic has the right voice but doesn't match the echo. Oh, that's so cool. There is a church. There's not an abandoned church, but there is a church in the city, in the town. And I haven't thought of a good way to utilize it. Ooh, dragon. I like it. All right. Map brainstorm. Well, how should we do this? We will do it. We'll do it with scripts. Mini narratives. We'll do on the site, house, teenager. Oh, here we go. This one would be church. That's the illusion of mouth movements. You need to doll to move its mouth to see it. Well, I mean, damn, it does not work audio only. So you have to see it. Ventriloquism only works by tricking okay. I'm trying to think if there's ways where he would be able to do it. Anyways, let's finish typing this. And then I'll move on to that. Oh, I should probably stand up. Up we go. Oh, I was like, why do my legs hurt? Because, idealist, you sat through 2 hours instead of 1 hour. You fool. The only way I can think of a mimic who is very distant for no reason, and that's that it's law. Okay, let me do the church. Church, mimic who speaks, but the echo is different. Really cool. Not sure how that would work, but that's really cool. The only other thing I could think of for ventriloquism is if there needs to be a visual component to ventriloquism. I'm thinking, what if there is a mimic who killed a kid and then had the kid propped up like in the hallway, like he's like holding the kid from afar and then trying to speak, almost using the kid as a puppet, right? It's speaking from on the ceiling, right? Let's say it's on the ceiling. The kid is on the ground, standing, quote unquote, and its arm is like down holding him up, and he's speaking through the kid's voice. And then they see the kid, thinking that it's talking with the kid, and then as soon as they get to the kid, they realize the kid's dead, and then the mimic is actually above them on the ceiling, like holding him up, tricking the parents into thinking that their kid was talking when they weren't. Is that too extra? I don't know how I feel about that one. trying to think of other ways you would be able to visually be able to make ventriloquism work in a place where they are trying to trick you by not being seen, you know? Screaming from afar for no reason. I assume it's just a Reaper effect on the calls, but not when Mimic. Yeah. Is that too extra, though? Or is that interesting? I don't think it's cliche. I can say that correctly. I don't think we've reached the level of like, oh, that's expected. Okay. So we'll do this. We'll do ventriloquism. That's how you spell it, certainly. Ventriloquism, but only when nearby a victim to make it seem like they are talking. So that's interesting because now I've opened up a little bit more with it, where it's just like, okay, all right, the wife's talking, but she's actually dead in bed, and it's actually in the corner of the room, waiting for the husband to come and check on the wife, right? Maybe we'll be disturbed because a kid's corpse being puppeted. It's a horror game. It will make a rated M, though. Well, we aren't going to be showing any of this, right? All this is going to be visually represented through hints, not hints, but through the environmental storytelling of there is a blood trail, and the mom seemed to have walked towards the blood trail, and if you looked up on the walls were handprints and claw prints of something that was on the ceiling over the blood stain, right? And then you use your own imagination of being like, why would that be the case, right? Yeah, like it's true. I would have to. This is going to be one of those strange games. I imagine this game will be rated at the very least T. At the very least T, because there's going to be a lot of death. There's going to be a lot of people dying. There's going to be a lot of really kind of like messed up, deep like situations that you're going to have to come across and decide what's real or not. But at the same time, we're going to still try to sprinkle in some like comedic and levity and things of that nature, where like the cat lady, for example, right? The cat lady that has a house full of cats that aren't cats but mimics pretending to be cats, right? So it's like you'll have some of that, but it depends on what people the ESRB, is it ESRB? The video game rating company group would decide is considered violence when you aren't being shown violence. No, puppeting kid is actually quite creative. It creates more mystery. I like how the mimic tricks the parents. How did the puppeteer the kid? Possession. The way that I had it in my mind is the kid wasn't fully talking. They just made it, because of the visual component of ventriloquism, they just see a kid kind of standing up, like the head a little slouched, and the voice coming from that direction. So they made the assumption they did the ventriloquist trick, but the hand is like reaching down in the darkness behind the kid from the ceiling, and is like inside like the rib cage holding him up. Like that's the kind of thing where it's like almost like physical puppetry. No strings, no possession as far as I'm aware. Very much physical. Was just kind of like almost propping him up. Yeah, whereas like it's like Mom, I got sick, and then so she sees like the dark, it's like the dark trickling from the mouth and the neck, etc. So the first thing she thought is like, oh my, he got sick, right? So then she comes over, checks on the kid, and seeing that the dark isn't bile, it's not throw up, it's blood. And then she starts freaking out, being like, "Oh my God, you threw up blood! That's so." It's like this is a problem. And then realizing too late that the kid wasn't alive anymore, And then, if this was a physical scene, the camera would pan up from beneath her, and then you would see this thing that's on the ceiling with like the hand in the kid's back just kind of lean down and then strike her up when off screen, right? So like that's the kind of mental image of the situation that I got from this. Less paranormal. Granted, we could explore the idea of paranormal. We could explore the idea of like post-death manipulation. The biggest paranormal thing that I do plan on moving forward with this is the fact that the main character being the last one alive, one of the audio tracks that I want is her being investigated by an investigator, like a policeman, as of why there were no bodies. At the end of this game, after everything that's happened, I want people to show up and she be the only one alive and no one is there. There's no bodies. I'm not going to say there wasn't anything. There was obvious signs of struggle and all the things that we found as police officers and things of that nature, but there are no actual physical bodies anywhere. And I want it kind of like up in the air as far as like, well, what happened? Why are there no bodies? Like none? No flesh? No, nothing? And why is that? And how could they have done that? Right? If it was just one, certainly that would be way too much. So were there more? Is there another explanation what could have happened if there are nothing physical there? Right? So I do want to kind of play a little bit into that. But so the idea of ventriloquism, we can have ventriloquism be only possible by higher difficulty mimics. Like, we're talking like difficulty 3-4. Once you get into 3, it's about as a reminder, difficulty 3 mimics struggle with context. They are able to say sentences well. They understand the language. They know everything, but context is avoids them. Think high 3, low 4, maybe high 4. I don't know. So they'll say things that don't make sense considering what's happening right now, and they're just like, that's a little odd for you to say that because that's not something you should be doing right now, like that kind of thing. And where it's like, oh, we just came back from the grocery store, but everyone's been on lockdown for the last like 6 hours, and you're just like, you're going to the grocery store at like 4 in the morning? What are you talking about? Like that kind of thing. And then difficulty 4 are mimics that know context, they know everything, they just don't fully know the background and history of the family, and that is what you have to play with. So definitely 4, probably 3 would be able to then kill somebody and then make it sound like somebody is asking for help or to bring people into ambush, but they're able to throw their voice as long as when they're nearby to make it sound like it's coming from the body even if they're already dead. I think that is interesting. I'm in agreement. I like it. Dual voice. Do we want them to be able to they could do 2 different voices at the same time? Similar to like the dual singing, right? I don't know. I don't think so. Because I think throat singing is, at least the dual throat singing, I had an idea of dual voice, but different. It's kind of like me. I have both my normal voice and a falsetto higher tone when I need to. Yeah. But for what? You wouldn't be able to say 2 different things separate, not at the same time. Oh, got you. Gotcha. No, so being able to do the same, like having the 2 different tones at the same time would make it sound like 2 people are speaking at the same time, but they would be saying the same thing, right? They wouldn't be able to say 2 different things at the same time. Unless? maybe they could. Do we want to give them that ability? The ability to say different things at the same time? To make it sound like there's multiple people? Probably not. Hey Scallion, how you doing? I think no. Because reason being is these things are trying to trick people to help others, right? So if that is the case, then making it sound like there's two people there wouldn't make it sound like people would need help. It's much more effective to have one person call for help than another person to do that, right? I was playing Gran Turismo 7 a while ago. Hell yeah. I don't think I've played Gran Turismo 7. I hope you've been enjoying it. So I don't think dual voice. I don't think it's something they would have developed. Ventriloquism would be, because then they could ambush from a different area that their prey is suspecting. That makes sense from that point of view. But dual voice is against what they would normally do, which is to make it sound like somebody needs help. Right? So if there's another person there, they're less likely to get help. Maybe, would it be convincing? Would it be more about convincing somebody? Where it's just like, hey, there's someone down here and we need help. And then you have like another call where it's just like, yeah, I fell, like that kind of thing. But at that point, they probably would just have another mimic. You know what I mean? It could just be another mimic also using their voice. So, I mean, these are... I'm not sure. I was imagining like a parent of a baby. He talks very high pitched to his baby to calm him down, but talks normally on the phone. Will not mimic that kind of baby voice. Oh, interesting. Okay, so you're talking. It's less about duo voice in the sense of at the same time, but you're saying you're putting a good thing forward, which is being able to add the flexibility of the tonal range of an individual's voice. It's like you talk really softly, you have a different tone, you're able to do like this, and then you're able to kind of like increase it up, and then you go, oh, you can put some little stank towards it, right? You could do like a little bit of, oh, well, like you could just really mess with it, but they wouldn't be able to mess with that voice. They wouldn't be able to have the vocal range where it's the same person's voice, but in a wider range without dipping into other people's voices. Should we have a difficulty 5? I was just thinking. Only works specifically for singing scenario, which would not match the theme. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Because I'm thinking, like, what if they can mix and match? What if you have a mimic that's so proficient in human voices that they're able to switch between seamlessly and combine into new voices? Where it's like, it almost creates its own voice in a way. Or it almost... Ooh, could we go? Maybe we could go down the idea of like, We Are Legion. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's just like multiple different voices overlapping each other. Because that's one of the things I considered on that last call. The person on the other end of the phone was this voice, multiple voices overlapped each other, talking at the same time. I don't know. Let me think about it. We're going to go through a quick ad break, and I will see y'all in 3 minutes. Let's think about it together. Hello, hello, and welcome back. Glad to see ya. Let's remove dual voice for now. I think vocal range is something that they are incapable of doing, with the exception of combining other voices to try to like mix and mingle. But I think if anything, we'll give a hint at the end that there was a mimic of such intelligence that it's able to do that, and you just didn't face it in the game or something. But I think incompatibility of being able to be flexible with their voice, I think, is fine. I think ventriloquism is a good add. So they can utilize voices of other people as well as recordings. Yeah, where it's just like they can copy what they hear, but they can't make. They lack the flexibility of changing what they've heard. You know what I mean? Where it's like they don't know how to pitch up and pitch down of that voice. They only can just copy what they've heard and then be able to manipulate that within the same tonal range and same way of speaking. For the sacrifice for being so good at mimicry, they've created a lack of flexibility, which I feel is a good trade-off. And an understandable trade-off, too. Well, I mean, that's what we have here. Mimic can utilize sounds and other non-human noises to catch people off guard. That's why we were looking at ventriloquism, is to as a sorry, I was laughing at silly. As a way of tricking people that they're at a different spot in the house so they can ambush them. But we've come to terms that ventriloquism can't is not effective when you can't see them. So they would be able to trick like floorboards. Right? But they would be able to mimic door sounds. They would be able to mimic, straight up make a whole fake scenario of voice resources to the ER department. Oh, interesting. Now that could potentially do it. I think they would only be able to do it if they heard it before. So I think, that's actually an interesting idea. Do we? Let's explore this idea. We probably won't, because I feel like we're getting into tech tree category like area here. But what if mimics are able to replicate situations, sounds, and voices of what has happened previously? Right? So what you were talking about as far as like making it sound like inanimate objects and plate smashing and hitting something, what if in a previous house a mimic or someone was fighting off a mimic by throwing everything in the kitchen into them, and then we chase them away, right? And then further down the line they are then able to mimic that experience and like use that to their advantage, right? And then trick you, right? Or sending the wrong resources. Well, I mean, they want you to have the art department to arrive, right? As far as your question, Silly, as far as can you pet them? You can pet anything once. I think they are not necessarily evil, so sure. Yeah, I don't think they're evil. But no, they're not evil. They're just predatory. There's a difference. They just see us as food. However, Silly, I think you would fall under the same story as the kid who befriended a monster that we want to tell in this, which is a kid befriended one of the mimics, or he thought he did, and then brought the mimic to their parents saying that they've made a really a new friend, and the parents freaked out and the mimic killed everybody. So you would just be that kid. Yeah. I want the idea of like, is like, okay, the question of, was the mimic really not going to kill the kid? Did the kid really befriend it? Was it just instinct for the parents freaking out that went off on everybody? Like, or did it plan? Did it know that by not killing the kid was just going to lead him to the rest of the family? Right? I want those kind of questions. I want you to question how intelligent these things are. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you could pet it. I would say if you're close enough to pet it and you don't die, you're in a pretty good place. Like, its whole thing is to kill, like to ambush and kill you, but without you realizing it. Like, that's its whole bit. Its whole thing is to trick you into helping somebody, and then you die. Like, that's the whole point. So if you're actively able to pet it and you aren't actively being killed, then at least for that little amount of time, you probably won't die. It's probably using you to try to get more people there. But, you know, if you're fine with that, if you're fine with you being chill with this mimic is causing other people to come by. So how did we decide on the tutorial scenario? I believe we decided on the tutorial. Let's see here. Effort matters, representation. I know we have a tutorial in here somewhere. Here we are. Let's get this back to boop. Do we have like a prologue? So tutorial scenario. Well, I don't know if we actually made an official decision on that, because we were talking about the original idea for a tutorial was you are being brought back from being in emergency room for long periods of time. So you are brought through an new trainee introductory course, quote unquote, where it puts you through the necessary fake situations in which you would need to call the appropriate emergency personnel, respond to the phone call, and then send them along the way, like the actual core parts of the job. And then the game would officially, quote unquote, start when your house gets taken over, and the person you lived with ends up dying. And then now, with the tools that you have in hand, you have come across a mimic for the first time at the easiest difficulty, so you know something is up. And then the game will like officially, quote unquote, start, right? So less of an introductory video, but more of a little like precursor game was the original concept of it. One of the things that was mentioned, I believe by Star, if I remember correctly, your house gets raided. Your house, yeah, you are the target the whole game. The reason that these things came to this city is because of you, the main character. No, the hiking idea was still there. They were out in totality of the story, the main character went out into the woods, right? They had an accident and proceeded to be in a hospital in a nearby small city. After they left, that city gets completely overrun by mimics, in which that will be the demo. Then when she gets to where she lived, the main, like, it's still a small city, but a bigger city, right? She returns to work, still being targeted by these things, being dropped off by her, I'm going to say brother, like family member. I don't think it's going to be a partner. I don't think it's going to be anything like that. Dropped off by her family member. Family member goes home, and then when the family member goes home, gets ambushed. So she gets a call, the main character gets a call from her house, and it's like a weird, like level 1 mimic, obviously fake, and the game is officially started, where now the mimics have followed their target to a new location and have now started picking out other people in the city. as it slowly gets worse and worse as the mimics get better and better at what they do, right? Like, that's the overarching narrative as far as how these things are going. Thank you, Silly. I'm excited to continue making it. I keep on feel like all I'm doing is making like I'm making the details better, but I'm not actively making it. But one of the things that Star mentioned was we really wanted to try to make it into a 2-day thing. Whereas like the first day that she gets back is a day of normal calls. You have much more of an adjustment to the systems that have in place. It's less of a, you are able to do it once or so, good luck, and much more of a, you get a full day, quote unquote, to like get calls, respond to them, send accordingly, get used to everything. And then the next day when you get dropped off, that's when the mimics start happening. And then the day goes forever, right? It was something I'm typing in the Discord that feels important, so it helps to know that I'm to implement coding wise. Yes. Let me know when you post it on Discord. I'll check it out either after stream or during. Well, I guess we don't have another ad break. I'll check it out. Don't worry. But yeah, the coding wise, after we get the imposter spread down, we are going to be implementing the actual calls that come through. And like at first, it's just going to be something simple as imposter or mimic, not mimic. Like it's going to be super straightforward. And then we decide as far as how long it takes in order to answer correctly, like how frequent the calls are, and we really get that feel down of how frequent we want it to build up and how quickly we want it to build up and how much extra time they have on their hands in the beginning. Like, and then we start filling in that downtime of not actively doing things with narrative beats, right? We would want a high peak of narrative information during times of low stress and vice versa. If there's high stress, you can't have narrative happening. It's like it's the Destiny problem for those that don't know. Destiny is a game. I feel like that's kind of way too simplified, but it's a game that I played a lot of. And I remember reading an article about Destiny as a whole, and it's a very narrative, it's a shooter, right? It's a narrative shooter. And they had issues where people wouldn't pay attention to the lore of the narrative that's happening because they're fighting, they're shooting enemies, they're not actively listening. So when you can't be active and be listening at the same time. If we have low stress, that's when we introduce the narrative interest. Then if there's high stress, we lower on the narrative a bit. Are you gonna time the call queues with the mimic monitor team? As of right now, I plan that if you do not respond in time, the mimic gets what they want. There is a time limit. Now, I am also planning on having accessibility options to modify and or remove those call times so that you will never be too late, right? And that's for people who have issues specifically with, like, maybe it takes them longer to read, maybe they're collaborating with friends, maybe they're voting on stream. I don't know. But what matters is that, like, we have an accessibility option that manipulates that kind of thing. So we will also need to start a accessibility modification section as well. I don't think that will be something that we will add to the demo. We probably should. We should. Everything that's in the main game, we should have in the demo. Just at a smaller, like, everything is there, just smaller. There's just less of it. There's the same amount of calls, the same amount of timing, the same amount of all that. Well, they know it now, Star. So yeah. I like the idea of having a setting that is effectively something that reduces time stress. Yeah, there's going to be a handful. I wrote down a lot of. We spent a good couple of streams going around different accessibility options that I want to go through, interaction, etc. One of them is having the interact button customizable, so it's not just mouse click. Touchscreen controls, potential eye tracker selection was also something I was looking into. That could be pretty interesting. Like, just really just trying to make sure, like, we cover our bases for accessibility for what we can. And we also talked about, like, a lot more focus on text and being able to manipulate text to represent voices. And then use that so that people who are deaf can still enjoy the game, right? You can add like 4 extra minutes into the timer. Well, that's why I think I'm going to make it so it's like there's select ones, or you can do unlimited or something. I think if there will be a leaderboard, we will probably do it so that there's 2 separate leaderboards. One for if you have accessibility options on, and then one you have off or something like that. So that people don't get all butthurt because it's like, oh, they did better, but they lasted longer, but because they had accessibility option, blah, 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 right? That way we could at least have like, okay, well, we'll just have 2 leaderboards. We'll have one where if you have any accessibility on, and then another if you have any of them off. And there you go. Done. Granted, even that might be not enough, but, you know, giving the people the ability to decide how many more minutes they want at any point is... you know, I would say that's more important than just putting an arbitrary amount of minutes on there. Let's let the people decide how many minutes they need, right? It should be a demo as a finishing touch. Ditch it if it's a headache. Accessibility. Well, again, by the time we get the demo out there, I want the game to be pretty much done. Like, the idea of the demo being out there is essentially just like, if I have everything pretty much good to go, because the last thing that you do, so let's see here, development roadmap, right? Boom. This is our development roadmap. Ignore the finish. Ignore this. This is last year, okay? Ignore this. This game was supposed to be a 3-month long project, okay? Don't at me. But the idea is... Actually, hold on. We'll do... Boom. Boom. Sorry, this is driving me crazy. Boom. Boom. Okay, sorry. The idea here is by the time we finish everything else out, so we made the spread, we made the resource systems, we made the NPCs leaving because that's about difficulty, that's a difficulty curve, phone systems, scripts, audio, imposter filter for the actual phone so that you can actually understand it and hear it, sound effects, music, menu. Then we get into art and assets. This here, the art assets part, this is where I would probably release the demo. I would do the demo art first, then release the demo, continue making the art assets for the main game while getting feedback about how people like the demo, make the changes and bug fixes when necessary. Then about anywhere between 1 to 6 months later, I will release the new updated game with all the other stuff. Right? Like one level that shows the main game stuff, but considering you did say that, like, if you wait too long for the demo, the hype dies. Yeah. Like we're like I very much like, it is a proof of concept in an extent. It is a smaller degree of everything, but it's gonna have everything. I want people who play the demo to feel like, and they pull up the main game, they feel like, oh, this is exactly what I expected. Now, that's why we're having more to it. I don't want people to play the demo and be like, I already played this. I don't want to play the main game anymore, because the demo is everything that it was, which is why we have everything completely like new. It's new stuff. But it's the same core system that they liked from the demo, right? So I'm gonna make sure that everything from hand Make sure it's terrible, not so bad, unplayable, like everything functions, but it just looks like beta build. So are you saying the piracy build is just a bad version? Nah. We already went over that. But yeah, so like this is my current goal is to have the demo out by October and then release the end of March. That's my current goal. Whether or not we'll actually meet it, who's to fucking say, man? I don't know. Probably not. My eventual goal is to have had this done by this year. I would like that to be the case. Hey Alice, how you doing? But we'll see. But the idea is like this is pretty much the ongoing decide on it. But I think piracy should not be one on the list of things we do. Yeah. I mean, pretty much. Like I think I'm on the same page. I understand the need of it, the idea of anti-piracy, but I think as long as we put it out there, like, hey, you can support me in these ways. Hey, if you can't do financially, that's fine. You can go here and just tell how much you've enjoyed this game. Leave a review on Steam. Even if you didn't play it on, like, if you didn't get it on Steam, we should do it like at the end, like we're literally done the game. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like if we have extra time where it's similar to like we're adding in Easter eggs or something like that, then I would probably add a little something where it's like, hey, you can support me through here, which was something I was already planning on doing, and I still need to make the credits and add all y'all to that. So I at least need to add that, but that would be on that wouldn't be in the demo. That would be in the release. Like, I don't think I would put credits in the demo. I think I would put credits in the actual final product. What's going to happen in game development once they're done? Probably move on to a new game. Or do like a DLC for this game, depending. For way back in the beginning, it was between... What if the Mimic is the credits? What if we were the Mimic the whole time? No, this was one of 4 choices as far as the game that we were potentially going to do. So I'd probably just make a new game. Now, I mean, there is one game that is my dream game that I know I can't make unless I have a team. But I wasn't willing to work on that dream game until I officially released a game. Like 100% released a game. Otherwise, I'm not going to be like, there's no way, right? So the friends we made along the way. Can I possibly help draw out some concept designs for characters? Sure. You're welcome to you're welcome to draw whatever kind of concepts that you want for the game. I can't promise that I will utilize them, but I mean, for the most part, everything's going to be non-visual. Everything's going to be audio. So like everything that's going to be happening is going to be happening due to like over the phone, and you can hear it, or over the radio so you can hear it. So it's like you're going to get hints as far as what these things are capable of, what these things look like, everything, like situations. But like I want it to be very narratively driven, where it's like it uses your mind to really paint the picture versus actually showing you what it is, right? Probably, Alice. Like that's like it, as far as eggs in baskets that I mentioned earlier goes, releasing this game. This is why I was planning on having released this last July. Was because it was like, oh, this will be another Avenue stream. I'll be able to send this out. People would see it. They would see I would interwoven my streaming career, my art, like all that other kind of stuff, all into it as well. So that people who are interested in the game would also be part of the community, and then may also want to watch streaming, or maybe also like to watch the VODs, right? So, yeah. That my birthday is in 2 days, and I've told some people. Yeah, Star's birthday is in 2 days. Everyone. So like Danganronpa, but without the visuals, but with voices. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, voices and just descriptions of the environment, of the damage that was done. So nothing visual. I want this strictly mind palace, and then people can draw out or like imagine what went down and how it went down and how it looked, right? And I want people to really go crazy with it, you know? I want people to be like, this is that one scene. We all know what we're talking about. Like that kind of thing. And we can see all the different variations of what these mimics look like, what these people think they do. Like, do they have long arms? Do they have long lids? Are they humanoid? Do they got skin? Do they have mouths everywhere? Like, we don't know, right? Because I mentioned about mass panic debates when discussing overlapping audio. Yeah. And honestly, it was a very good mention. The way they handled overlapping audio was very good. When you become the next PewDiePie, I will. First of all, no way in hell. First of all, no. I am an indie game dev / little dodo on the internet. Like, my goal is 1,000 people. I don't want that to be that big, first of all. But I won't forget y'all. Hopefully by then you're still going by Alice. How many dodos do you know, silly? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Listen, one and only. I'm fine with that. It's called brand recognition. Look it up. Yeah. No, like I'm going out here with the mindset of I just want a community built on, you know, developing ourselves, chasing our dreams, holding each other up, and we just make it through, and we just help each other, and that's it. Oh, thank you, silly. Yeah, the fridge, the dodo fridge. Maybe you should probably redeem a costume recommendation for that, Alice. I would like a Mama Dodo fridge. And then when she talks, like, the doors go open. You get like little food inside. That could be pretty funny. That could be pretty good. Yeah, no. It's not, I'm not planning on it. Where, you know, it's like, I'm gonna be famous. It's like, no, I just want enough, any amount of money to allow me to support myself. Anything after that, I'm donating, or we're doing like donation streams for good causes, and that's it. Ooh, Pie Mama Dodo in the fridge is really funny. Would you still Mama Dodo if she was a fridge? Yes. No hesitation. Hell yeah. It's good. Pile of Mama Dodos. That's kind of up my alley. That's dark. But yeah, no. So like it's like I hope the game pops off in the sense of like, oh, now I don't have to worry about money for a while. Like that would be really nice if I can kind of get that out there and it does really well, and it's and I start off my indie dev career with a bang. Like that's nice. That's good. I like that. But it's like it's tough out there to be an indie dev. It's really hard to like to stand out. But like I already have y'all. Like y'all are already people who, you know, who can afford it and are willing to, like, already going to be people who are going to be buying it and be telling people about it. Like that's already more than most people have. So I'm already fortunate enough to do it that way. So no, I'm not really worried about it. Or were you saying, yeah, no, I do that a lot. Yeah, I've now that when you pointed it out, I was like, oh, I think that's a vocal, I wouldn't say vocal tick, but that is something that I do frequently. Could you donate to the charity of my pockets? And it's like, me? Can you donate to charity to me? That's funny. You wish fridge Mama Dodo into reality. doing that because apparently they just want to throw a lot of their cash to Dodo without saving. I know, right? Yeah, I did sit down with Star, talking about how to save money appropriately, how to use your money well, and not just give me your money. It's like, hey, this amount of your income, do not spend that on me. Please do not. Take care of yourself first. No. No. None of you give me money. Please take care of yourself first. Feed yourself. Make sure all your money, all you're taken care of. Invest in your future. It'd be tough out here. It'd be really tough out here. So I get it. I'm fine. I'm gonna be able to make through this one way or another. All right. It's why I want to do at the very least merch, so that if you are gonna spend money on me, I want to at least give you something physical. Right? I at least want to give you something for it besides just like my in general pleasantries. Right? I don't know. I'm a Dodo plush. Yeah, man, I'm working on it. There's so many things ahead of that Dodo plush though, but I'm so excited for the Dodo plush. Which all streamers said, please keep your money. Do they not? Well, I know there's some people are just like a little bit of a, gremlin about it, where they're just like, y'all can't afford $5? Like, I remember that one. I remember that clip. But like, I don't know, it's so anti, just like, some people can't afford it. Like, y'all, $1 billion in pennies. Is there $1 billion in pennies anyway? Like, I don't think there's enough of that. I think that would be every penny. But no, like the idea of it where it's like, y'all have said it to me before, where it's just like, if I could, I would. And that's how I go forward with it. It's just like, guys, it's okay. You're here. You're communicating, you're talking with me, you're responding, you're commenting on videos, you're pushing the algorithm, like you're making funny, good situations. I'm not here alone, talking to nothing, right? Like, it doesn't have to be money. You're supporting me by being here, and that's what matters. So, like, I think the people who are obsessed with the whole money idea are very short-sighted, where money's such a small part of what support is. What is, in my opinion, equal to money is good faith. And I think a lot of game companies... Star, stop it. Save your damn money. Feels like we're on an actual social media. Keep your damn cash. Save it, my guy. I appreciate it, but my gosh, you need to like take care of yourselves first, please. If you're like, everything is taken care of, this is something that I want to, then fine. I will try to graciously accept kindness, even though I'm not used to it. Give your damn cash when someone buys bits. Honestly, I might go back as a soundbite and just be like, stop it! Don't give me more money! Please no, Star. Please no. Keep your money. Your birthday's coming up. Do something. You said you were excited about seeing like other people enjoy themselves. Do that. Save it for that. Yeah, do I need to say, give me more? No, silly, not you two. So, damn it. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? If I say, thank you, Star. I appreciate it. I very much appreciate you supporting me. All of you for supporting me. And I still need to finish, that's 90, each bit is a cent. So 95 bits is 95 cents. You better not. 1,000 bits is $10. I want to say. But it's more expensive on your end if you do bits. I really need to... Okay. If y'all are going to keep doing this shit, I need to finish my support diagram. 19 for you. Well, that's because it's... You pay the upfront cost. I think it's like there's a 40% additional whatever to it. Like, look. If you want the most bang for your buck to support me, I will finish a diagram that finishes this, okay? Because even subs on Twitch is 50% I get, right? The fourth wall membership donate section, I get 95% for. So if you're going to do something, that's the way to do it. I feel a little shitty saying it, but that's the one. Here is kind of like you're giving a good amount to Twitch. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Dragon. I know. But I want y'all to get the most bang for your buck. If you're just like, I want to spend money on Idealist. I want to spend $150 on Idealist. I'm going to sit here and be like, please, for the love of God, don't do bits. Do it on the merch. Do it on the direct donations on Fourth Wall. Do like the other things where it's just like, cool, this is the most I could possibly give him. Don't do it on like things where it's just like, here's a whole bunch of money, Idealist, and it's just like, thanks, that's really helpful. Thanks for the half of it. Do not spend $9,000 on Mama Dodo. Do not. Be responsible. I'm gonna have less merch if y'all do start doing shit. I mean, I do plan on making stickers eventually, but that's part of like the monthly sub thing. But not just like a thing. Twitch banning Dodo for not asking for bits. For real. If you do make merch, I'll definitely buy it. Okay. I mean, I plan on making it. Aw, thanks, you silly. Know that you don't have to, okay? I do appreciate y'all's support. But I will be letting y'all know whenever merch comes out. And if everything goes how I want it to, every lore video will come out with more merch. My eventual goal is every 3 months is a new lore video, new merch, and new like music and stuff like that. Like that's my eventual goal. It's like a 3-month rotation of cool new shit for y'all. And with it, like a new like Twitch stuff too. Because I want to integrate all my little stuff together. I want to integrate my art and all that other kind of stuff all at the same time. Because I think that's really cool. That's meant for the sticker Patreon. Is just since you guys like throwing money at me, I've started a Patreon. Well, the Fourth Wall is just a better Patreon. It's just better. It's Patreon, but I get more out of it. Patreon takes like a good chunk of your money. I did have a coffee at one point, but then Fourth Wall is essentially coffee, but I also have a store. I just don't have the store up. All right, with all this money y'all are throwing at me, I think I'm just gonna I'm gonna focus on trying to get that banner done. Ooh, lore drop. Hell yeah, Star. I feel like it's been a while. No. Fourth Wall is a thing. Do I have... It should be on my... Hold on. Do I have that command up? Did I do that? Let me see. Let's see here. Did I have the command up? I have the test of it. Oh, there it is. Dono. There. There's my Fourth Wall. And I'll be more active, like, promoting it in the future, because y'all can actually know what I'm talking about. So, anyway, lore drop. Is Mama Dodo getting rich because of me? She's getting fed because of y'all. Technically, the money that y'all give is energy for Mama Dodo. So it's like treats. Waiting for you to tell us what Mama Dodo was protecting her chick from. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait for that. That's like end of Idealist storyline level of what you would know what happened. Like, the last story that is told of Idealist is of Mama Dodo, kind of deal. It's kind of how I wanted to end it. Maybe in the future you'll catch me on like a drinking stream or something, and you'll be able to get it out of me, or something. Or I feel very, very open to talking about things. I might mention it, but for the most part, I plan on hiding that specifically in the future. I'll be doing hints though. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm not gonna do cold turkey. I'm gonna give you all little breadcrumbs. The drinking ones. I said I wouldn't make it like a common thing. Like, I might do it like every once in a while, where I'm like maybe do it with like friends or something, but it's not gonna be like, hello, it's a random Saturday and I'm drinking. Like, no, it would be like a whole thing. If you made a signed limited edition mug with a banner on it with a little ceramic spoon. If you shrink, I'm gonna smack you. I would be doing it respectfully. And I would be telling y'all that I would be drinking. It wouldn't be a surprise. It would be like, hey, by the way, I may be drinking for this. Just a heads up. Be sure if you can drink, you drink responsibly. Like that whole thing. But, you know, I am of age. But I also know I like to have my wits about me. I don't like drinking all that much. I drink socially. But I'd be sure to, like, you know, be very smart about it, right? I don't want to put it forward in any kind of way of influencing you to do something that you don't want to do, or that is illegal, or you want to be part of. Certainly wouldn't want to, you know, catch you off guard. Well, I mean, Alice, as far as like signed versions of stuff, I mean, a lot of streamers and stuff, they usually have like panels, like streamer, like at like TwitchCon, and they have panels and they can sign stuff for fans and stuff. I've never been a huge con guy, but I guess if it's something that y'all really, really, really want me to do, is have like go to a con and like have like a booth, I may consider. But it's not one of those things that I plan on doing. Maybe I need to do more research as far as how beneficial that could be for your brand, but for the most part, I'm like, I'd rather just make cool shit and then promote it through word of mouth by my amazing community, you know? DodoCon? If there is, I might go to that. But we have too little to go off of. Imagining one of his own summons that kill Mama Dodo chicks, resurrect him and catch him far from... Maybe that could be it. You don't know. Oh, it's been $1,000 for a mug like that in my collection. A lot of crunches. You would go? Yeah, like it's a lot, right? Maybe instead of like a con, maybe we could do like a signed meetup. I feel like that is a con, but like to the point where it's just like no one else is really there, you know? Maybe we could do maybe all my, you know, streaming friends, you know, like Kit and Melon and them. What if we all got together and then all of our communities can kind of get together at like a random like location, and then we would just have our get together where it's not like TwitchCon, right? But it's like our little smaller get together for everybody. That could be fun. But like Alice, I mean, for the most part, as far as like signed stuff, I don't. Hey. If that is something that y'all really want, I don't think I would be like, oh, I'm gonna spend. You're gonna have to spend a whole lot of money on it. It's like I think I could just sign your stuff for you. I don't think I mind. You know? I just don't. If you all want oh god, I have to think of a signature. Oh no, I have to think of an idealist signature. I've had the same signatures that's like my signature forever. I have to come up like a new one. Damn it. I have to probably make it look like a dodo in some way. Oh no. I might just have to. I just might have to do like a little dodo, like a little fast dodo. That could be cute. My dad has a heart attack, so how much he drinks? Oh, got you, Star. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Star, about your dad, but know that I will not take it far. I do not drink a lot. I do not drink often. So the reason there's a bit of a context switch there is because I may or may not in one Halloween been like, I've never day drank before. I wonder what that's like. And I proceeded for Halloween to drink the entire day. And I drank an entire bottle of vodka in one day. And I was sick the following day. So a little bit of my background. I have a bit of an Irish heritage. I have very high tolerance for alcohol, just from genetics standpoint. It takes a lot for me to get drunk. But I don't drink often ever. Like occasionally, socially is better, right? So in order for me to get to that point, I have to drink a lot. So I will say, like, I don't have to worry about my organs being problematic because of alcohol, but I do kind of have to worry about my organs being problematic due to being overweight. So there is that. A little bit of too much information. Mama Dodo needs heads of a dinosaur zoo to see her plastic family. Maybe. I'll let Mama Dodo do things 500 things planned. I don't want to keep giving her ideas, right? Don't make merch. I'll be one of the spending over 10,000. No, do not spend so much money on me. Please don't. Definitely do not. Spend only money that you're able to. That you're like, I will pull up the damn Excel sheet. We will have this conversation a second time. 20%. 20%. That is the only thing that you would then be able to pull from. Okay? No. 80%, don't even think about it. 80% of your money, do not even, just put it away. Just don't, that's not mine. All right? I do not care. That is not mine. And that doesn't mean give me 20%. That means of the 1/5 of what you get, only a small piece of that are you allowed. All right? Stop it. For real. I think you do this would sign things like a signature is pure art. Aww. My signature is ass. I drank. Don't worry, I drank some vodka on accident. It was a water bottle. My grandma drinks vodka. Got you. See, like I never drank. I never drank alcohol. Do not. I will not. Silly. Just save, please, for your future. Please. Do you know how? Let me put it this way. Probably. Honestly, hey, how you doing, Nomo? Maybe. That is true. That is true, Alice. That is true. Dealus would have a teacher signature. So I think I need to research some teacher signatures. He would have his teacher signature because he was a teacher. So that would work. But no, like, you need to save for yourself. Make sure everything is covered first before you even consider getting merch. Before even getting anything, just make sure your life. Because if you give me money that you could have used to better your life, I would feel like such a bad guy. I'd feel so bad. I want y'all taken care of. It's rough out there. It's expensive and rough right now. Trust me, I know. So, like, please treat yourself first. Okay? For me, please. Pretty please. With sugar on top. Kind of mellow, kind of gloomy right now, but I'm fine. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing okay, Nomo. But I do plan on making, merch, and I plan on making 2 different like families of merch, where it's like one is like the cute dodo purple community banner like kind, and then there's another one that I want to describe as like paleo witch core. Right? Where it's like bone aesthetic, but paleo bone aesthetic that I wanted to kind of dip into for like hoodies and stuff like that, and like potential like blueprint style, because Idealist likes making stuff, because I think that's kind of shit. I like it. What to do? I should go. I mean, you're welcome to stay, Nomo. It's fine if you leave, but I would love to have you. This world shall know pain. Okay. Well, I hope you. No. I haven't done my exercises yet. Look how much it's going up. Please. No. Please no. Oh. I mean, it's not 30%, but it's damn close. I'm gonna hurt. No, please no more. No more, please no more. Please. Please, please, I will end this stream. I will end stream. We have 2 minutes left. I will end early. If y'all start spamming, I'm gonna end stream. No, I am not lying. I will have an abrupt end. You watch. Okay, good. I will end it early. Oh man. Oh man. Messages are sending exact time. Lucky mom is too cute. Maybe you're looking at every signature because I don't have the day I missed school. I mean, signatures just naturally happen. Mine has grown over time, and it looks like a doctor's signature. You'll have legs. I mean, I'm still gonna do it. It's just not all at once, and that's what matters. But yeah, no, I feel like a lot of this stream has been. You know what? I will take that stretch though. Oh, no, you're not annoying at all, Nomo. Thank you for stopping by. It's always wonderful to have you, even if you don't think so. Okay. I hope your day gets better. But no, I feel like a lot of this game dev stream has been me telling y'all not to give me money, which is I feel like is me being a bad streamer. I feel like as a business, it's not good. The merch isn't so good that I'll throw any cash at you, but I want to make good shit for y'all. And I think one of the things I will say, B-O-O-K? Why did you make me do that? One of the bigger reasons why I haven't put out the Dino blanketed stuff is because I want to order my own copy to see the quality of it, right? Plus all the tariffs and stuff still happening has also made it like super expensive. But those are honestly just excuses. I just haven't done it yet. But the idea of like I need to spend money to make sure that it's good quality. But it may just be that I'll just have to put it out there and then y'all tell me if it's bad quality or not, and then I'll switch and I'll try to reimburse you. I think that's kind of like might have to be the way that I go about it. We'll see. But I'll be sure to keep you all in the loop. The first one should be the banner, because I promised it would be. So, while we're on that topic before I leave, is there anything else you would want it on besides a mug? Would you want a poster of it? Would you want it on like a shirt? Like, what would be the thing? Like, or is it just mug? You know? What if someone had to chat 1K and then spend it all in crunches, squats, and push-ups? What kind of clothes? Well, you know what? Tell you what. I will put out once. So there's a couple before it becomes merch. I will finish the. You want it on a teddy bear? That's adorable. Oh shit. You did miss the. I didn't say. Okay. I will finish saying this, then I'll do the lore drop, and then we will go. Okay. We will. Once I finish the community banner, I will then send it out to everybody to be like, hey, this is what it looks like. Do y'all like what I've done? And if the answer is just like, yes, it's perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. This is actually what I asked for. Perfect. Then I will give out a poll on. I'll be like, okay. I have it on these different mugs and I have done these different clothes. Which one do y'all want it? And then y'all can vote as far as which ones you would want it on. And then once those votes go through, then I will put it up on the store. Deal? So that way you can kind of be like, okay, it's on this stuff. Because this is the first time I'm putting anything on merch. So I don't know exactly how to go about it in the sense of like, this is exactly what people want, right? Art book to idealist recreating everyone's art with permission. That's actually kind of like a little commission kind of thing. That's actually kind of cute. It's your decision, but deal. Yeah, I understand it's my decision, but I would I'm not promising I would do everything that everything's voted for, but I would want y'all's opinion because there's 15 different kinds of clothings, and there's probably a handful of different mugs and all that other, and maybe the position of the thing is a little off than what people expected it to be, and then etc. Okay. Anyway, that's enough about merch. Lore redeem. So last time we talked about that there was the difference between gods and devils, right? They both exist, but they take in different things and they give out different things. So I wanted to talk about in this lore drop, the god of entertainment. So the god of entertainment is one that still managed to survive the war and is the main reason why and has a relationship with Idealist in the aspect of is the reason why he's able to communicate with you guys at all. The TV that he is talking through that is ingrained in the World Tree's root is from the god of entertainment. And the ECRBs that we had on top of the screen, for those that may or may not have missed it, had influenced from the god of entertainment, and there was I did a little video about it. And as far as what it requires and what kind of people would fall under that, it is anything is allowed as long as it's entertaining. Entertainment in the feeling of being entertained and is what drives the faith and power forward. So everything from y'all enjoying me here to watching shows or movies or anything like that. But the actual kind of aesthetic of the god of entertainment is one of dark clown, dark circus vibes, right? Does that mean Mama Dodo is using the TV of the god of entertainment? Yes. The reason you're only able to see Mama Dodo is that's what is capable of reaching the other side as far as what y'all can communicate with. So you are, talking with Idealist through Mama Dodo, and you're able to see Mama Dodo because that's as much as the interaction can hold. Eventually, the technology will be updated and upgraded to show Idealist as a whole, not just Mama Dodo, right? And we're going to be using that moving forward. So just like many other gods, the god of entertainment is not one of good or evil, often utilizing both, where the rule of law is entertainment. Anything that is entertaining, both evil and good, is allowed and encouraged, right? And as long as I am entertaining for y'all, and I am gathering people who are being entertained, the payment for the god of entertainment is made for Idealist in the extension of it, and you'll be learning why he made such a deal in due time. And there you go. That's the lore drop. God of entertainment. He exists. Oh, it is a he, by the way. Dark circus aesthetic, god of entertainment. And I think that's it. All right. I think that may be it for today. We didn't progress as much as I probably would have liked, but I think next week we'll be jumping right into more actually finishing out the imposter spread and grinding that out. So you can say the god of entertainment just wants a good story. That's a good way of putting it. He just wants to be entertained, and he wants people to be entertained. Whatever may cause that to happen, if not good or evil, it does not matter. Right? And there maybe need to be further deals further down the line, lore-wise, that may need to adjust the current status quo. Right? But that also means that Idealist is incentivized to make things entertaining for y'all. Right? Because that's the price that is to be paid of making connection with you all for Idealist's goals and desires. Right? All right. So next week we'll be doing hopefully finishing out the imposter spread, maybe even tiptoeing into the calls coming in That would be kind of interesting as well, and we can start moving forward again. I think we've kind of reached a certain point with the demo that I think that's where we would like to go. So thank you all. If you play Grounded Stream with friends, do you mind if I join? I would have to ask them. I don't know if we would be able to open up to the community or not, but it would be up to them, not just simply up to me. But I hope you enjoy regardless, or you can certainly play alongside us. But I can't give any promises, for better and for worse. But I hope you, Star, I hope you have a wonderful birthday. I'll see you on Saturday. I'll try to remember to message on Discord on Thursday. And hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all on Saturday. All right, take care. See ya. Bye-bye.